welcome back. Frigid here as always. I've done some grinding and I'm pretty sure I should be able to take on Ricardo. Yeah. Okay. So the strategy here is that
연료는 잔뜩 준비해뒀지. 걸맞는 곳이어야 할 거다.
those three are mostly there to provide damage. Oh, the real damage anyways. This one is the tank, which as long as you have another party member up. Oh, you got here pretty early, CG9. Okay, so Ishmael can't be KO'd until she's the last party member standing. Hence why I'm having her as the tank. And then this Faust identity specifically because of because this one, those are all the same affinity, and those are all the same sin affinities as I need for Fluid Sac, Lust, Gloom, and Envy. And same with this one here. Plus, I can also get some envy from this identity, and lust from these two. CG9, do you know if I would get sin affinity from like using that counter skill at all? Because it actually has. Hello there, Jango Billions. So like I was saying, you know, because there. Well, it shows an affinity here for Gloom, so I figured it probably granted and probably also gave some Gloom resource, right? Okay, well, that's convenient. Because that means I have at least 3 identities that can each supply at least, for each of the sin affinities I need for the Fluid Sac Ego, I've got at least 3 identities that can supply it. Alright, in that case. Dang. Roll with it. I haven't leveled him up that much yet. GIDs. I don't have Ishmael's ID from the new season. Let's see, we're fending them off somehow, but that ship in the middle sure is eye-catching. Things are usually that gaudy for a reason, you know? Oh. Let's see. Pardon me. Need to squish a bot. There you go. That guy standing there at the center. Rodeo rarely ever showed this much fear and anxiety. That weird guy up there? He's been posing like that over there ever since this whole mess started. We're going to be getting one more pack and one more ID. Oh. Huh. So I guess I was mistaken in thinking that the ID that is the ID that the character who the Kanto focused on being the last one, I guess that idea of mine was incorrect. That weird guy up there, he's proposed like that. Oh, okay. And I'm guessing you don't mean an intervello. That weird guy up there, he's been posing like that, he's been posing like that over there ever since this whole mess started. Posing? That's not what I'm talking about, Dante. Don't you recognize his tattoos? He's a BB, a big B of the middle. I think she meant big brother. Sorry about bringing this up now, but let's see. Last days of season 5 were Mao, Otis, and Rio. Yeah, I thought that was for the intervello, because like a lot of times the intervello kind of leads into the next season. Oh, hello there, Vipers Nation. Should been over all this. Simply put, TLDR, hair care is serious business. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. Oh. That'll still work. How's streaming progressing so far? Well, with streaming itself, it's been slow progress. As for this particular game, I've been doing some grinding between now and the last time I streamed it, and I'm pretty sure I'll be able to take down the boss this time. Go figure. There you go. Wait, there we go. Yeah, Bowie.
받아볼 텐가.
Oh, come on! Did you really have to throw that, Ishmael? Don't lie to me. I know you threw that Clash. Plus Queen drop. You gotta be kidding me. Okay, so you still got plenty of Tiger Mark rounds. Of course, Paralysis. Terraria's a good game. I really recommend the... If you haven't played it with mods before, one I would really recommend is the Calamity mod.
받아볼 텐가.
Stupid coin drops and paralysis.
가라지 같은 놈들.
Nah. Dang it. Oh, PS4. Ah, man, that stinks. Yeah, I feel like I know you have a better cliff identities. I probably do have better ones, but this one can grant me the sin affinity for each of the 3 types that I need for the fluid sac ego. divide and conquer. This is just weird, as the Lu Association specialized in street fighting, if you know what I mean. Need more gloom. Let's see. Also, issue is ego counting neutral. Counting neutral as winning? Huh. Okay. Counter with Greg, yeah. Well, I kind of noticed that because he is out of District 12 fuel. Nah, I'm saving that. Alright, maybe not. Nani? Oh yeah, that's right. Paralysis. We want low fuel when the skill 3 is on the table. Okay. Which is called Fire Fist, okay. Because if he has low fuel and he uses that move, it does more DPS. Alright. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. And that explains why I haven't been getting so much gloom. Let's see. The counter make it completely unbreakable. Oh. Right. Too bad they didn't become available sooner. Practically need to use it already. Harumph! but just about everybody's revved up with their with higher sanity, so
불타버렸나?
Ishmael's guard lets her clash with any speed. Okay.
지금은 두렵지 않아요.
See. Okay, good. Starting to get a bit low on those tiger mark rounds. Don't you fucking lie to me. Yeah, that's right. It's one of the heavy hitters. There you go. Remember, you could just use ego. I'm trying to save ego, or at least send resources for using ego. Although you do have a point, it'd probably be better off actually popping that now to heal everybody up.
정화. 이었나?
이 전투는 승리할 거예요. 괜찮아. 이젠 안 아플 거야.
I really like the fighting stuff, like the fighting stuff that the Liu Association shows. It's really cool. heck does the passive do? Oh, details. Do that with the least HP, including stealth. Okay. What does that do again? Take minus 20% damage this turn. Okay. That should be enough to finish him off. Just in case.
정화.
시간이 오래했다면 대검의 머리가 쪼개지진 않았을 테니.
언제까지 버티나 보자고. 죽었나? 그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
Alright, Ricardo. It's time you got yours. I didn't think that idea was that strong. Hey, holy cannoli. Did you know an Endcorp Heath equips 3 influx plus coin down? Oh, his skill 3. Oh, it inflicts plus coin down.
무슨
Must be if he's up type 4, which I don't have him at yet. Let's wreck his sanity. At the time the Joker's done clouding around with you, you won't know where to find your mind! Use Ishmael ego. And this one, ooh, 6 bind. And 3 tremor. Well, Mersalt's ego also inflicts bind, but it also does that on himself. Yeah, that's convenient.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
You're just a big brother. You're no match for Thummy's capo. It is a Thummy's capo, right? Oh shoot, he just burned away his fedora. You know he's getting serious now. Tremor Scorch. Let's see. Skill 2 then inflicts plus coin down. Okay. Well, can't use him right now anyway. Though he... Dang. You know what? Use it against this bozo over here. Burn him to ashes, Gregor. Let's see. Actually, yeah, probably do it.
지금은 두렵지 않아요. 이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
이것밖에 못.
Interesting. Finish him off with that. Yeah. Where are your hair coupons now, Ricardo? Hey, yeah, gain +3 aggro. Actually, combat start, gain 100 District 12 fuel.
정화. 전력으로 상대해봐. 정탄격발.
Savagery!
즐거워.
Oh shit, he got staggered. But so did he! Ha! Suck it! Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, little emergency measure. No, that one uses gloom. Can't afford it. But I can afford that one, though. Not that it'll do me much good. That one uses envy. Oh, that's too much. Okay. Apply one corresponding affinity. Right when you try to nuke him. Yes, but with what? Ooh. Well, this seems like a viable option. Ishmael's. Why Ishmael's though? You're not going to be hitting the maximum cap of Guardian of Thorns. Okay. I don't recommend trying to use it. Okay. What's the other one? Ah, that. Okay. If I was able to generate more gloom.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요. 그 자식은 아직 살아 있을 거야.
Bonk. Okay, so 11 potency, 3 count. So Ishmael is good because it makes neutral favored into dominating. Okay. It seems kind of odd that it would be hopeless. He's the target. Ishmael. Ishmael can eat it. Okay. Eat it. Just eat it. Eat it. Ooh! Tremor. Afflict tremor equal to... But doesn't afflict tremor count? No, it does not. That's unfortunate. Yeah, dang. Let's see. Details then go into passive.
전투 중이니까 짧게 부탁드리죠.
Er,
전투 중이니까 짧게 부탁드리죠.
derp. Okay, +2 in clashes whose win rate is in the unit's favor. -2 in clashes whose win rate is against the unit's favor. Okay.
지금은 두렵지 않아요.
Okay, that doesn't make any sense. How come he's able to use that evasion skill against everybody? I thought you actually had to target people. Let's see, if the student's speed is faster than targets by 3 or more, deal plus speed defense times 5% damage, max 40%. 2 more tremor potency and tremor count with this unit's skills. Ooh. Yeah! Ricardo, kiss your butt goodbye. Oh shit. Maybe not. Since she can't be killed, she'll just eat those attacks. I kind of have to use an ego against my hair coupons. Reason why it has a lot of AoE. Well, it's still not gonna work out though. I mean, unless this one can overcome it. Oh shit. Dude's gonna get signed by Ricardo. Hello there, Mike Hawk. Which one, though? Okay, but I don't have anything that can win a clash against that skill. The best bet might be focusing everyone on a second skill and hoping it staggers. Okay. Okay, that ain't gonna work.
정화 전력으로 승리했다. 정탄격발.
I think it staggered him. It sure as hell looked like it. Yep. Looks like that's the fight. Man. Knocked her out of her identity. You generate like nothing happened. You gotta be honest with it, the guy's got some insane levels of drip. Unlike my hairdo, which should have received its rightful care that day, and will never recover. Can my clock even make a difference against someone so overwhelmingly powerful? My legs began to shake. Strategy, resurrections, it all seemed completely meaningless against this onslaught. Dante. Faust's voice calling my name has never sounded more hollow. Speak, Faust. You must come up with a new plan. My bodily functions will cease again in a matter of moments. This may be my last meaningful advice to you. And sooner or later, that man from the middle will come for you. What? The involvement of an individual affiliated with the middle should not have happened. It will not matter how many times you turn the clock. That man will crush your clock as soon as he tires of inventing different ways of killing Heathcliff. There's a button on the back of your head. Tap it. Times. Hold it. Times. I'd grown accustomed to total annihilation. We've had plenty on our journey here. The sinners always gave their lives to learn our enemies' weaknesses or patterns, while I worked out a strategy from the rear. And the answer would always be somewhere within our reach. Slowly but surely, we'd figure out the answer, and for that promise of an answer, the sinners rose again. But this time was... Once you have completed the sequence, you have 30 seconds before the charge of your head explodes. In other words, you can self-detonate. This is our last resort. An emergency preventative measure to stop our enemies from getting their hands on the golden boughs. The explosion radius may be small. The heat and the force endurance are powerful enough to melt even the stars of the city. It should be effective enough to cremate the golden boughs as well. What about Virgilius? He said he'd come help before my head. I see that you now have the full understanding of our predicament. We have no way of relaying our present situation to him. Even if he did learn of our troubles, he has no means to reach us within the next 2 hours. What about the sinners? When I'm a guide and you guys are... I'm well aware of the consequences. My world will meet its end here. That is why this is your last resort. I could keep running away. I'll take the boat and try to stay alive until the laws of the lake lets Virgilius cross the borders, and... There is a chance, yes, but it is incredibly slim. This was the second time after Siegfried. The overwhelming sense of dread, so overwhelming that it breaks even our fighting spirits. The incident with Siegfried was humiliating, but he wasn't there to obliterate us. He was just there to teach us a lesson. But this man, he's not going to stop until he's completely broken every sinner's will, until he's satisfied, until the humiliation the middle face is recuperated. He will kill. Even though this may be the end of LCB, the world, no, Limbus Company must continue to exist. Dante, you must make a judgment call. Look what we have here. I've torn you to pieces, yet with burning eyes you still attempt to rise. We can't! Not here! Not like this! Tick-tock and bring back the dead, huh? What a world we live in. Is that kind of tech even allowed in the city, though? Guess I'll go ask the Great Sister once I get back. Ishmael, we can't win. I'm sure Ishmael knew better than me. Knew that better than anyone. I couldn't bring myself to tell her the same thing. Shut up! Stop messing around and do your job! Give it another try, why don't you? Bring me back again! Ishmael and I were nothing more than an entertainment to him. With every turn of the clock, with every revival, he howled with laughter and clapped with joy. Almost sounds like he's one of the orcs.
나를 들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지 않지만 이번엔 그 귀중한 경우의 수에 들어맞았군.
Kinda seems like a gag prize.
회수하지 않은 탄피는 팁이다.
You got a lousy, stinking level 1 identity ticket for a tough as nails level. Yay. Hell, that level is about as tough as a badger in a bear trap. Well, at least we knocked his glasses off. At least I think that's what happened. Good, good. You nicked my sunglasses. Too bad. You'll have to try again. Damn it. I didn't face all those waves just to... As long as I can keep trying, I can... The mist thickens. It expands, devouring everything. Our futures, our hopes, and any slim chance of victory we had. So does the fog of my sight, of my mind. Will this continue until either Ishmael gives up, until he gets tired of this little game, until he simply walks over and crushes my clock? Could Virgilius piece my shattered clock back? Is that even possible? If I did as Faust told me to and blew up my head, not even a shred of me would be... Your repertoire is starting to get old. How about we just zoom right past that into the main event? I call this clock bashing. No! Dante! Run! Get out of here! That clock fella's gotta be someone so very precious to you. Just look at her, hanging onto my leg. After all that beating. Not the manager! No! Not Dante! Not Dante! Should I press the button? Is that really going to be my last ever thought? It was a distant sound. An answer to my question. That solemn sound told clearly through the blinding fog. It was a skiff. One much smaller, much more modest than ours. And beyond the misty veil, the skiff slowly glided across the water in our direction. On it was a solitary figure holding an oar. A giant harpoon was attached to the bow of the ship. Huh. But why? The big brother in the middle, who could probably break that puny skiff in half with his bare hands, stares at it in stunned silence. It became clear that the skiff didn't float here by accident. When the figure on the boat began gently rowing in our direction. Through the mist, we saw something flash atop the skiff. The figure hurled something in our general direction. It flew so fast that no human eye could catch it. I didn't even have the time to register that something was thrown before I noticed that something was piercing the big brother's left shoulder. Then a powerful shockwave, far mightier than anything the pirates had fired earlier, struck us. The earth itself quaked. It was not a distance that most people would even think about jumping across, but the figure leaped from the skiff to the Laboratory Corporation branch, gracefully with agility. The man from the middle, who so far appeared unassailable, stumbled and fell to his knees. His shoulder was skewered. You. That's when I finally noticed that what the figure had thrown was a harpoon. A harpoon too immense to be thrown by a mere person, let alone at such a blinding speed. The hooded figure's arm was wreathed in a familiar light. You old geezer. Thought you were out there fishing. What, you think you're some hot shit now that you made a color? Just because you hunted the marlin whale? You challenged the middle to a hunt like we're some whale? That it? You're not the kind of idiot that would attack me without knowing the consequences. Is that a big-ass crossbow that he's got there? The middle is no different from a whale. That's not why I'm here. I'm just after a fish that got away. Of course you are. I'm sure there's no need for me to remind you that the middle never forgets. Feel free to write me down in the remaining margins of that nasty little book if you wish. old man tugs the harpoon lodged to the big brother's shoulder. The big brother tried to hold his ground against the harpoon's pull, till there was a crunch. Those that do not bend, break. The harpoon tore off his entire shoulder with it. It was a force that would have turned most people into tattered meat. Not bad. Would you like to give it another try? Fine, fine. I'll leave for now. But don't you forget, the middle remembers. Doesn't matter what I did here. The middle will remember everyone and everything that dared to turn their back on it. And the middle always pays its debts, in whichever form. Ishmael and I had no choice but to watch in silent awe as the old man approached us. An old man and a sea. Why does that sound familiar? The harpoon was still in his hand. If he wished to strike us with it, we could never hope to get out of its way. I'm looking for the fish that consumed this structure. Are you two also here to fish? In a manner of speaking, yes. I'm pretty sure it's based off of a different book. Yeah, The Old Man of the Sea. He's based on the eponymous old man. This was unexpected of you, Faust. We of all sinners to be the one to bring aboard a big shot to your humble abode. I have any idea how many times that prick killed us. At least you could do is. Yes, that reminds me. I'll have to reopen my personal consultation hours for certain kleptomaniac among us. Oh, different book? Okay. Virgilius' obvious discontent at the involvement of an outsider didn't seem to bother Faust. I consider him indispensable unto the completion of this mission. And why is that? Because I am the only one who can hunt the pallid whale. Of course you are. The Indigo Elder. There's a book about an old man who wants to hunt down a marlin. Yeah, it's called The Old Man of the Sea. Indigo? He has a color? That means to say that I at this very moment am sharing a space with not one, but two color fixers? Yeah, and he's probably one of the coolest ones out there, in my opinion. Although the Black Silence is pretty awesome himself. The Black Silence didn't get... If I'm not mistaken, he didn't get all that many augmentations. He's just that dang skilled. Well, Roland is, at least. I'm not sure about his wife. I heard that you're wandering the Great Lake to hunt its whales. And last I heard, you hunted one of the 5 calamities. The all-impaling marlin whale. The old man grunted. It was neither confirmation nor denial. That was the way the old man was. Everyone understood that. All circumstantial evidence suggests that the golden bowl was devoured by the whale stranded at the Great Lake. Yes, that very same pallid whale of the 5 calamities, normally observed in the outskirts. Of course, that's how these things always tend to flow. Both of them could fight at, I think, a star of the city. Well, Yeah, Roland absolutely was, considering how late in the game you take him on. Well, how late in Library of Ruina you take him on. And in the case of the Indigo Elder, well, the guy took down one of the 5 calamities on his own. That absolutely puts him at Star of the City level. Possibly to the point of being, possibly to the point that he, if not for the fact that he's not a threat, at least to the head, he could be at the, what was it, Imperitus Civitas kind of level? And like I said, that's maybe about where his, where his strength is, but no, he probably wouldn't be considered that, because like I said, he's not a threat to the city or anything like that. I mean, the dude hunts down the whales, particularly the 5 calamities. If that does not get him not just badass certification, but cool old guy certification, I don't know what does. Oh yeah, Roland can fight on equal level with an Arbiter and a Cloud. Oh yeah, absolutely. Of course, that's how these things always tend to flow. We've wasted much time, so I'll be blunt. I wish to hunt the Pallid Whale. Yes, sometimes all we have. Moreover, we know that where the whale is headed. I am certain that you have spent a significant amount of time observing and learning that whale to hunt it. I've got a plan, and I'll do anything to make it work, even if you want me there only as bait. This is how we'll do it. Use her as bait? Or use Morse code? The crowd fell silent when Ishmael finished explaining her plan. I'm mad. All that flash has sets you off the deep end. I'm just going there for my mission, and the Golden Bough just happens to be in the same direction. I'll leave it up to you. Well, to the manager, since their decision matters the most. This company, me, we're both trying to find a way to reach our goals. That's all this is. Besides, does anyone have a better idea? Nah, can't agree to that. I'm making a mistake maybe they entertained that Bobby idea. I must ask you one last thing. Will you join us to fish, Fred? The Indigo Elder suddenly broke his silence with a question. I'm not experienced or particularly skilled at hunting marine life, but I have other more important concerns that prevent me from joining. So no, unless the worst comes to pass, I'll not take part. The old man rose from his seat and walked off as though he was about to leave. Wait a moment. We don't need the guide. With a proper plan, we are more than capable of completing this mission. To give up so quickly is... I never said I am. This loud, screaming ship won't do in a hunt for the Pallid Whale. Screaming? I don't think Mephistopheles was that loud. To hunt it, both of us remain dear and covert. A narrow and sturdy boat is what we need. So all I needed to hear was that Virgilius wasn't going to help out? Why? Right, this could go much smoother if Virgie was with us. We can prepare a boat that fits your specifications should you request it. That's alright. I'll sail on my own skiff. That old dinghy? That whale could split in two with a light wag of its tail. No, that skiff. It may not look like much, but it is extremely durable. I see that X-Corp's alloys have been used as construction. That could not have been an easy ingredient to come by. He's a color fixer, though. I'm pretty sure he's got the means to come by it. Oh, another benefit of having color bestowed upon thee, then. I've heard tale of... Instead of entertaining that bombardment of questions, he approached me. I noticed it in the earlier scuffle. That clock seems to have been you and your crew's lifeline. I know not how it works, but I presume it is a singularity of sorts. It will not work against the whale. So start now. Get used to the idea that not everything can be brought back. Why? Why did you accept, even after Virgilius opted out? It was a question I've been unable to let go.
어째서 베르길리우스 씨의 도움 없이도
Dante
작전을
asks why you
시작하는
accepted a request even after Virgilius opted out of it.
질문이 틀렸군.
You asked me the wrong question. I would have denied your request had Red agreed to take part. Huh. I guess he's about to explain why.
붉은색과 내가
Let's say that Red joined us. We would together battle the whale in a long and arduous struggle. In the end, the whale would surely go down, taking one of us with it.
그래서 붉은색이 나서
Yeah, just like in Moby Dick. That is why it would have opted out if Red chose to join us. Because the hunt would no longer be mine.
그게 무슨 말이야?
Whatever doth thou mean? Thy intentions elude me.
한계에 부딪힐
I
수
mean that I
없다는
would not be able to test the limits.
한계?
The limits?
무슨 말을
What are you even
하는 거예요?
talking about?
필요한 모든 수를
Look,
가용해서라도
to hunt the whale, we have to prepare with everything we have, and
지도에 그어진
out of fear, humans drew borders even to the outskirts that lie beyond the city limits.
그 뒤에는
Beyond it are the stars that lie beyond the edge of understanding,
별들이
beyond even the concept of fear itself. I am but a fisherman seeking to cross the borders and challenge that very understanding.
설마 외곽
Are
너머를
you
말하는 거?
talking about what lies beyond the outskirts? Its outreaches?
그 고래는 모든 걸
That whale
집어삼키고 재앙을
devours
불러오는
everything. It brings nothing but calamity. How could you?
자네는 먹잇감이
So you have been a prey once, sailor.
이곳에 있는
Countless
수많은
lakes have also
구슬,
here also devour,
모든 걸 집어삼켜
summon calamities.
언젠가
If you find yourself
유한
at a
갈피에
crossroads,
놓이게 되었을 때
if you find that your life is worth nothing in the face of what lies before you,
아깝지 않지는 했던 이야기.
recall this conversation.
나는 원래 조언을
I am
해주는
no good
것을
with advice. Never was.
그러면 몇 마디
Still,
던져놓는 것은
I thought I had part of you words.
같은 노를 저어가는
As a fellow
사람이라
seafarer,
동질감이라고
suppose I felt a bit of kinship. As per the old man's directions, we rowed on the skiff prepared on Mephistopheles. I saw Ishmael moments before boarding the skiff on Mephistopheles. This was Ishmael's plan, but I had no way of knowing what she was really thinking. I had an inkling, yes, and so far I've been going along in those vague guesses that led to disasters. So I had to ask her myself, Ishmael, what do you really want? What I really want. I see another vision of Ishmael. She was hiding it well from the other sinners in Virgilius. Pardon me. But I could clearly see what she really wanted, her true desire. Ishmael, you... She was lifting a body from the waters. A body that was torn asunder, shattered bones, strips of muscle tissue, flesh. Ishmael trembled with elation before what looked like the captain's mutilated corpse.
뭐예요?
What?
얼른 가죠.
Come on, let's get going. If one is truly hell-bent on seeking revenge, make sure that it doesn't hit anyone except the target of the revenge. Okay. Not sure if I've got enough experience tickets to level it up quite yet, though. But I gotta have him in reserve so I can at least level him up.
소재가 준비됐어?
Arrow's worth using, though. I don't doubt it, but it's at level 1. I suppose I'll have that one on the back row so that I can level her up at least.
잠깐.
And that for
이번
AoE.
내가 괜찮지? 주인놈 뜻에 따라 준비 완료.
Alright.
어떤 뜻을 이루시려는지 이해했습니다. 다음은 속히 그 의를 행할 뿐입니다.
I understand your point. Is the management Faust's insinuation that my unrestrained stubbornness is due to the fact that I am a simple-minded, uneducated swordswoman? Is that what you are implying? It is. It is not. The intent behind that expression I observed exists still, though embellished by flowery language. It has been. Whichever is the case, the Gesellschaft's justification for that request. That I must reconsider my decision after further observation of its intelligence is understood. But I refuse nevertheless. I have about 2 justifications for this decision. First, Gesellschaft provides a distractingly overabundant amount of information, most of them unnecessary as well. As learning my lord's teachings takes up a great majority of my days. Moreover, there is a dearth of righteousness in the intelligence provided by Faust. An overwhelming majority of them are far too utilitarian. Reliance on such information will set me on the wrong path, as it has happened to the other Fausts. Such a thing should not be allowed to pass. Second, it does not matter what information you share with me. The judgment will not change. Faust knows it all. Isn't that correct? Then you must know the reason behind my behavior is... Or is that not exactly true? Faust only knows everything that Faust knows, but does not know what Faust does not know. The same could be said of any random passerby in the streets of Hongyuan. It seems that the responsibility to illuminate you falls to me, a student of an excellent teacher. Who's that in the foreground? It happened one night under the brilliant moon-like artificial light. Back then, I was confident in my blade. I was of the belief that as long as I had a sword, I could endure any kind of hardship. Which is why I did not feel the need or the will to access the Gesellschaft nor for learning. That is when I first encountered my lord. Whoops, it's kind of hard for us to chat when you're swinging your sword so violently like that. You jest. It's plain to me that you're not having any difficulties with matching my strikes. Haha, I'm not kidding. Ooh, you really give me no time to speak. If you do not jest, then I best silence myself for now. But I've got this burning question I want to ask you. So that won't do. Do ask. What do you like, Miss Faust? Not exactly an apt subject for discussion between enemies locked in battle. Or perhaps this is but an attempt to buy time. What reason would I have to do something like that? I've already taken your lord's life, you see. You're an adept of the Mao branch. You've been visiting Yi Hongyuan every night to decapitate my precious subordinates' lives. But the more I thought about it, the more did I realize that I know so little about you as a person. Well, except for this little detail. Given that you're still living as a beast, it seems that the Pinky Caucus is still waiting for the right conditions and time to convene, Miss Faust. Or should I call you the Tiangju Star? Oh, your blade stopped. Did you not expect me to ask you that? If you want me to move on from this subject, can you please answer my question from earlier? What do you like, Miss Faust? Blades. The more intimidating mighty, the better. Wowzers, that's so like you. But that wasn't what I was asking. It was more like a question out of frustration, you know? Miss Faust, you focus only on what you're good at. You never seek out knowledge outside of your expertise. You never try to learn new things. Learning could bring you to new paths, and parallel paths that no one could ever dream of following. It is doubtful that there is that much value in the act of learning and questioning. Of course there is. Unlearned as it may be, my path has never been limited by it. Nothing stops you, does it? You certainly live up to your nickname. But unrestrained as you may be, there are two paths you do not want to tread. Come work under me, Miss Faust. I can teach you so many things. A righteous cause, a battlefield, the means to utilize your qualities. What is it that you wish me to do here in Hongyuan? Hongyuan, as it is now, is but a pale imitation. The hierarchy is unlike a hierarchy should be. The families are unlike how families should be. So I intend to make everything right. What Hongyuan needs is a lord. I decided to follow my lord upon hearing his reply. No, stop it with your inquiries. How many times must I explain that I am already aware of that? I am already aware of my lord's questionable behavior. I am also aware of the fact that my lord has prepared an ambitious plan for the family hierarchy evaluation. I know all these things. I know that he has wielded the favor gained as the precious jade of Dongranyan, the gem of the Jiao family, like a weapon to be to one by one obtained everything. Like a weapon to one by one obtain everything he has ever pursued. I know that he has seduced the daughter of the Shui family, for whom there is no place in his heart, to draw many of her family's secrets. I know that his care for me is but a care for a tool that gives him access to the knowledge of the Gesellschaft. I do not need to hear this from Faust. I know them. He commits ruthless violence under the great cause of rectification of names. By the way, interesting little tidbit. I've actually seen this specific character before. Specifically as a kanji. In Japanese, it's... Well, you know like how there's tally marks? Well, with Japanese, that's more or less what tally marks look like, at least if it's got all 5 of the marks for it. Not sure why that specific character is used, aside from the fact that it takes 5 strokes to draw it, or write it. A false virtue it may have been has changed me still. In this city, where even false charity is a rarity, there's much to be learned from my lord. Miss Faust, can I talk to you for a minute? Yes. Just had a little chat with this guy, and he told me that there's an unrighteous person who's bringing something great yet undeserving and excessive to Hongyuan. People can bring about so much disturbance by trying to wield something that's beyond their capabilities, right? So, could you please go meet that person and give them a little warning? With good decorum and appropriate propriety, of course. The way of conquest is a way still. The mimicry of righteousness is, of righteous cause is a form of righteousness still. Huh? It's nothing. Your word is my command, my lord. Well, don't let me distract you from whatever you were doing. I've got other stuff to do anyway. Oh, and don't forget to say hello to the other Fausts for me. He leaves without even waiting for my reply. Intentionless and needless. It is becoming of a noble one not to let assumptions bog her down, even if there may truly be venom in my lord's heart. I will not relay his greeting to the Fausts. That must be what Faust wants as well. Ending the report.
가자. 죽이러.
As we discussed earlier, we took a different route from the Indigo Elder. We were to first arrive at separate destinations for our plan. Something's floating over there. Not long after we crossed the line where the lake water turned dark gray, we noticed something. We noticed something pale peeking out from the lake. Are those islands? There's a lot of them. They may be reefs. Perhaps that is this lake's challenge, to navigate it without while avoiding them to the best of our abilities. Well, they sure do look rocky, but they're too big to be called reefs.
뭔가 느껴지는 것이 있어.
Do you sense aught, Dante? You may attempt to discover a path that does not lead to an area cluttered with such obstacles. But that would require us to hazard a path unknown. It may lead us to this plan's ruin.
대략적인 방향이라도
I can sense even the most general direction of the Golden Bough. Please relay it to me. I can use that to approximate its location.
쪽빈 노인이 준 정보도
I can
있어.
assure you a degree of accuracy now that we have with us additional data provided by the Indigo Elder.
뭐야? 시계
Oh,
대가리가
how could you have just been a magic compass to begin with? To begin with, Clockhead.
호수라는 특수성을 가진
They're able to do this only under the peculiar conditions of the Great Lake, which has very few in the way of obstacles.
육지의 도시는 지상과 지하로 온갖 건축물과
The urban areas of the city are dense with structures both high and low and to the underground. The higher population density also complicates things. Considering that Dante can detect the Golden Bough only in close proximities, considering that there may be insurmountable obstacles in the way, their sense will not be of much help there. It sounded a bit more like there's too much interference from all the stuff in the city. So the back to me just to use a clock at anyone else. Huh, so that's why I could feel the Golden Bough here even when it was so far away. I raised my finger and pointed toward the general direction of this vague feeling.
확인했습니다.
Confirmed, we'll turn the ship around in that direction. Ishmael wordlessly steered the ship according to Faust's words. We grew ever nearer to the island, or reef. A heavy silence descended upon the sinners. Oh. Until Ishmael gasped with a sudden realization.
호수였구나.
It's this lake. There was an incomprehensible look on Ishmael's face. Maybe a saw unrestrained joy. The joy of finding something she's been searching for so long. Such an overwhelming, all-consuming happiness that her facial muscles began to twitch on their own. Maybe I saw extreme fear. The fear in the face of destined, unavoidable horror. Lake's splashing waves hit her trembling face and rolled down her cheeks. Or maybe she was sweating from dread.
이스마엘, 무언가 깨달은 정보가 있는 건가요?
Ishmael, do you have any new information to share with us? Yeah, here. I know what to do from here. I know exactly what to do.
오티스 씨,
Otis, I can't clearly see what's in front of us from back here. Tell me precisely what you see.
지금 우리 배
Their
앞에
numbers,
어떤
their
것들이
sizes,
몇 개나
all of it.
암초를 주변에는 거센
Trying to
한류가
avoid the
흐르고
wild
있어.
currents and find a safe path around these rocks?
하는 거.
Understood. Otis nodded emphatically before rising from her seat to gaze at the path ahead. She balanced herself as the ship rocked.
350m 가량이야.
About 350 meters ahead, minuscule, plain-patterned, glistening rock. About 500 meters ahead of that is a medium-sized rock. There's a bump on top of it that stands out.
계속하세요.
Continue.
그리고
And not so far ahead from there is a large island with a rough, porous surface. Oh, upon closer inspection, it's like an archipelago of
자세히 보니
four similar islands. Good. Ishmael began fiddling with the steering gear and the engine's output levers as though something had clicked in her mind. Good, you made it past the first rock. Its texture was a bit different from that of a normal rock, wasn't it?
잘 아.
GE, that's not the texture of a rock or even soil.
두 번째도 통과.
Just past the second one. Oh, that's so weird about the texture. I can't see over the big boy and the long one.
저건
That
살아
there
숨쉬는 거다.
is a living, breathing thing.
뭐?
What?
잠깐. 물게. 니는
Wait,
어디로
Swami,
도착할 거냐?
watch where you're steering the ship. We're going to crash into that third rock at this rate.
맞게 가는 거예요, 오티스 씨. 우린 거기에 내릴 거거든.
And that's what I'm going to do, Otis. That's where we get off.
잠깐.
That rock? That creepy porous rock over there?
야.
Oh, I feel free to crash into the rock in your own free time, but don't take all of us with you.
나무 한 그루도
There's not even a single tree up there, let alone a person. What the bloody hell are you we ain't been there for?
생각하는 방식부터 틀렸어요, 당신.
You gotta screw your head on a different direction of the Great Lake, Heathcliff.
뭐가 틀렸다는?
What are you talking about? Loud shock and ear-splitting sound of the skiff scratching and sliding against something cut Heathcliff off.
진짜 똑바로.
Do you even know where you're going, woman?
막
Oh yes, she knows. Wait, that white color, Ishmael?
네,
Yeah,
애초에 이것들은
these aren't
섬
islands or rocks. What we thought were islands suddenly rumbled, vibrating as ground tremors from an earthquake.
전부 어느
They're
고래의 일부예요.
all part of a whale. The colossal creature shudders as it wakes from a long slumber. Yeah, it seems we found the pallid whale.
만만찮겠군. 아니, 가지. 이 거리는 충분해. 너한테. 알겠지만.
공감을 준비하고 기세가 수그러지는 반격의 기회다.
전부 본인의
Oh no! Okay. Who upset my Emoto Squire?
총원 돌격. 기세가 수그러지는 반격의 기회다. 잘했군. 저놈을 죽여.
놀랐어?
비뚤어져 끓여.
쓸모가 있으려면
쓰레기 같은 아르카나 놈들. 아르카나 스티츠. 이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨. 이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
무슨 일 있...
Yeah, that's a big one. Wait, pallid blue mermaid, pallid and blue mermaid? Okay.
보자 너.
공감을 준비하고
사랑으로 정의 이름으로 사랑으로 악은 이렇게 정화되었네.
잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 쉴 새는 없다.
승리의 보람과 세상의 아름다움에 대해 들어본 적 있는가? 없어도 전혀 상관없다네. 지금 우리가 보는 경치가 바로 그런 것일 테니.
It'll be fine.
사랑과 정의 이름으로 지금 이곳에 등장!
By the way, a bit of a side note, I guess. I ended up taking a break this last week, mostly because last Saturday I had made it to overtime for my day job, and I was also switched to second shift for this last week. Pretty sure it's just this last week.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한테.
But apparently during that time, I gained a new subscriber by the name of the Game Theorists one. I know it's not the actual Game Theorists channel, but I do find that to be a bit fitting because, oh boy, is there a lot of room for some game theory videos for this game. Actually, probably not just this game, this franchise. Oh, come on!
공감을 준비하고.
무슨 일 있었던 겐가?
총원 불격.
히어! 아르카나 빛! 차!
영원한 잠으로 인도하지.
Actually, I suppose I could do some game theory videos myself, specifically regarding at least Limbus Company. Oh, come on!
보자 너.
저놈을 추적해. 기세가 수그러지는 걸. 저놈을 추적해. 공감을 준비.
Maybe we should have used because I've got Sword Sharpened by Tears Rodion available for support. Maybe we should have used that instead.
만만치 않겠군. 언니, 하지! 히어! 아르카나 세이버!
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
좋아. 알아들었어.
Alright, I got all these rocks are actually whales. And I get that mermaids pop out of those pores. I think it's a loaded thing that why you even draw the ire, huh? Could have just got around them.
스트레스 해소?
Look at it, let some steam. Heck if I gave a whack-a-mole all of a sudden. Is that it?
그럴 리가 있나요?
Of course not.
제가 알고 있는 게
This is just the only method I know. You better be ready to explain what you're talking about. Heathcliff, furious, wasn't the only sinner looking at Ishmael with expectant eyes. There were Otis and the other sinners who all looked to her for some answers. Ishmael. And I was too, of course.
저도 이걸 진짜 하게 될 줄은 몰랐는데.
I also didn't think I'd actually be doing this.
전설 같은
Well,
이야기였죠.
so there's this legend-like tale. Legend?
대호수를 떠들고
Each lake of the Great Lake has its own culture, with many wandering and choosing to call those places their homes.
이라고 해야 할까요?
So naturally, there are as many tales as there are lakes.
뱃사람들에게는
But there's one tale of a certain lake that is passed down orally from sailor to sailor, just like the legends of old.
이
The legend of the gloomy gray lake of wafting and rumbling.
멀리고 어두운 잿빛 호수. 이곳에도 노랫가락에 맞추어 불려오던 전설이 존재했죠.
Sailors sang the legend of that lake, passing it down for years upon years.
분노에 숨겨져 있는 공간을
Doom,
열기 위해
and hew thy veiled path to misty seas.
잠백한 그 색을
Be
찾기
gloom,
위해
and let whales draw their pearls in search of pallid hue.
고래의 울음소리.
Tomb shall be thy mist path, heeding the weeping whales.
그래서
Whatever dost thou mean?
지금처럼
It's simple.
이
Hit the
호수에
porch
있는
whales to wake them up,
고래들을 깨워서
draw out and hunt their mermaids, and the path to the pallid whales should clear out of the mist.
그러니까
Do you really believe that?
믿으란
You expect us to just
너도 믿고
believe that hogwash?
살다
Blimey, I
이런
didn't think I'd ever got to say these words before my deathbed, but
멍청하냐?
are you stupid? And to think that someone would never expect to say a sentence like that.
야,
Ah, listen, just wake these whales up, have anything to do, getting rid of that thick fog.
저도 어느 정도
It's got to make even a little bit of sense, no?
피스클리프 씨가 인과관계를 가지고 논파하고 있는 장면은 정말 진귀하군요.
Well, a lot of the laws of that kind of stuff with the lake don't seem to make any sense, so... Heathcliff, I get that you understand that it doesn't make sense, but it seems kind of pointless to try and make sense of anything on the Great Lake. Although I do hear the Great Lake never gives up its dead when the gales of November come early. Heathcliff discusses the correlation between actions and consequences. This truly is a rare experience indeed. Shut up, smartass! I'm serious.
시간 안에 호수에서 벗어나지
You think
못하면
the law that
파도가
sends
밀려온다고
whales after us
사실이에요.
if we don't
그
cross the
말이
borders
되나요?
at the exact right moment makes sense?
Huh?
Ah,
정해진
you
공간에
think that
도달하기
the
위해
law that makes us
직선
go in
항해를 하지
circles before
못하고
reaching our
왔던
destination,
통로로 바로
the law that
되돌아가지
doesn't let
못한
us go
채
back the way we
여기저기를
came from,
돌아다녀야만 하는 건
makes any
말이
sense?
되고요? 제가 처음부터
I've been
말씀드렸죠.
telling you this whole time.
대호수에서
Common sense has no
성취를
place at the
찾지
Great Lake.
말라고. 여기는 그렇게
It's just the way this
돌아가는
place works, okay?
그냥
You
그런 거라고.
just have to accept that.
좋아.
Fine, I'll give you that. But they're like the laws of the city. As outlandish as they are, there's still strict laws that can be calculated into those variable coordinates or whatnot. What are you bothered here? It's some vague old song. Am I supposed to believe something so absurd?
내가 직접 겪고 봤으니까.
Yes, because I've seen it myself.
그 옛날
Years ago, when a young, stupid but motivated sailor boarded the ship,
직접 배를 탔었고 직접
she had the most unfortunate opportunity of witnessing this very legend with her own eyes.
그렇게
Because that's how she saw the pallid
고래를
whale.
마주쳤으니
Heathcliff fell silent, scratching his head. The rest of the sinners also nodded and began whispering.
나는 네가 진-
I really don't like you.
비쳐요.
Pardon me. Took the words right out of my mouth.
정말
I don't like any of this. But know that you're not the kind of last to lie or tell tall tales just to get the upper hand in a petty squabble.
어디에?
Fine, let's go all the way to the end. I'll keep working those mole-like things with this club. That's not a club, that's a bat. I can also accept your explanation, but from now on I would appreciate if you could share your knowledge with us before doing anything. I'll try. In a way, I'm relieved that we now have a definite path forward. Yeah, let's go find our next whale. Yes, Executive Manager. All aboard, men! Truly, the ocean mist is splitting as though a blade has hewn it in half. Once we eliminated the mermaids of the last whale singled out by Ishmael, the fog slowly began to fade. Behind it was a different lake, beyond the gray sea. Finally.
승리의 보람과 세상의 아름다움에 대해 들어본 적 있는가? 없어도 전혀 상관없다네. 지금 우리가 보는 경치가 바로 그런 것일 테니.
Okay, so it looks like the next level is going to be enough to get that. Might as well do an extraction after that. The weather there is quite hostile. Marisol was right. The lake beyond the borders was nigh pitch black. The waves crested tall, rising and crashing violently under the thundering rainstorm. The wild winds had begun to sway the boat. Yiseng's face was starting to grow pale. I'm starting to wonder if we can really do this. Did we ever let that stop us from trying? I guess that's true. Alright, heading to the zone. Are there any laws of that lake that we must be mindful of? I don't know the laws of that lake, nor its waves. I remember the way the fog split open. I remember the obsidian sea and the endless tempest. The rest of it, all I remember is that captain was excitedly delivering a speech at witnessing the legends come to life, and that we're all busy preparing for the whale hunt. So, what awaits us ahead is a real adventure. We'll be sailing blindly into the night. Then, we'll have to face everything head-on. Yes, if the waves have come to claim us, we'll face them head-on. Even if the whale... No, there are no signs of that whale yet, though. Back then, they attacked us mere minutes after we entered the lake. Everyone was as tense as they could ever be, looking around nervously. Wait, what's that? There's something there. Something tall. Close approach is recommended. Have a source of light to improve our visibility. Salt got up with a lantern and pointed the light toward where Sinclair indicated. There's several of them? What is that? Oh, who put them there? What are they good for? Maybe they're like lighthouses? Lighthouses? Yeah, I can kind of see that. Do you remember seeing anything like that? You know, like that, Ishmael? No, I don't even have a hazy recollection of it. I've never seen it before in my... Ishmael, has the nausea of the swaying sea gotten to you as well? No, it's probably the lightning better illuminating it. His face has grown rather pale. I knew that can't be true. Seasick sailor only exists in jokes. Besides, Ishmael was doing just fine mere moments ago. Then she must have had a sudden realization. I see. So that's what it looks like. Even a small part of it is a terrifying realization. What is it? You'll find out soon enough, even if you don't want to. There! A rogue wave ahead! All hands brace! Grab onto what you can! Before we even had a chance to say anything, a leviathan of a wave rose to its crest that crashed onto us from above. It sucked us deep into the lake before throwing us back to the surface.
운이
I think I saw skulls there.
그대로 가라앉을 확률이
They weren't human. If we were lucky, there's a high chance that the falling vortex would have dragged the vessel deep underwater. Oh, lucky? You saw us down there. That was. Everyone okay? Everyone was soaking wet, nearly hyperventilating, but mostly awestruck by what we've just witnessed. We have everyone, but. Huh? What we just saw down there were.
등대 같은 게 아니라 모조리
They weren't lighthouses. They were
엄청나게 큰
tails of colossal whales.
꼬리였구나.
진짜 그만하고 싶네 이거.
Well, okay. I really want to give up now.
고래라는 게 저
I
따위로
want to go
생긴
back to the
거였다는
time
걸
when I
모를
didn't
때로
know
돌아가고
what the
싶어.
whales really looked like.
이 호수는 고래들이 잠들려고 오는 곳이었던
So
거구나.
this is the lake where the whales come to sleep. Yeah, if they're deep in the water with their necks bent like that,
저렇게
you can see their
늦게
tails
세상을
rising tall over the waves, over the surface.
하지만
But
이 소란스러운
there's no way they missed this
기세는
commotion.
다르고
The ship is we're keeling over.
이제
The
저것들이
whales are
깨어날
waking
거야.
up. We're finally here. I think that's what Ishmael whispered. The storm, the waves buried her voice deep into the lake.
쪽빛 노인이 작전대로 무사히 합류했다면
If the Indigo Elder made it here as we planned. Don Quixote, I don't think. I'm pretty sure now's not the time for that sort of noise. Over yonder, is that a whale? We didn't have to wonder even for a second about what Don Quixote was screaming at. An entire herd of entities, each dwarfing every single whale we've weathered throughout this journey, emerged from the waters all at once. In unison, they began migrating in a singular direction. To witness something like that was enough to make even Marisol gape with plain bewilderment.
여기까지의 작전은
Looks like things are going according to plan.
우리도
Then we'll have to do our part. Ah,
저기
there! There was a whale that stood out even among the herd of ineffably immense whales. Pallid as the pale death, its hide thick with scar tissue.
유독 상처가 많군.
That one's particularly scarred. Ah, I found it! Yes, it was right.
사람의 말이
The wounds, the scars that were the Picard made, they're all still there. I assume that you have finally located the whale.
그렇다고 생각됩니다.
I believe so, yes. As always, the chance of success must be minuscule.
그렇습니다.
Indeed it is. Oarsman! Ishmael thundered. Ishmael? No louder than the thunder itself, as though her personality itself had suddenly shifted. Her voice seemed to overwhelm the very storm itself. Answers, you dogs! Oarsman! Aye! Set right to that paled thing! Full speed ahead! Row!
총력으로 저
Full speed ahead, row! Even Otis swept up in this sudden turn of events, repeating after Ishmael's bellowing commands. Is this what Ishmael was like when she sailed the lakes? Or is this the captain?
불빛이 보입니다. 쪽빛 노인이군요.
No crazy, bonk! I see light. It's the Indigo Elder. The old man in his skiff was sliding across the waters toward the whale. Listen well. The rest of the awakened whales have gone after the bait I've laid for them.
작전 성공적이다.
And the plan worked. Now, it wasn't clear whether it was the thunder or the old man's bellow that had awakened the pallid whale. Its eyelids began to lift.
이런 걸 이렇게 가까이서 보는 건
It's been so long since I've witnessed anything like this up close. So what was it last time? Scylla or Charybdis? It was an eye of astronomical proportions, so immense that it no longer resembled an eye, but a reflective mirror of the world. Oh, I wish to see you, eye to eye. The old man, harpoon in hand, draws closer to the whale with a grim, stony expression. Ishmael also aims her harpoon at the great whale, her face nearly tearing with uncontainable joy. Some sinners tremble with fear, while others prepare themselves. All of it, the world, contained in a single reflective eye that stretched even beyond our peripheral visions. Now, here's your bait, fish. Bite on it. I know you have no other choice. Biting devours all you've ever known. Oarsmen! Split the sea with your oars! I respect you, pallid whale. I respect that you have lived in numbers that I cannot even begin to imagine. I respect that you hail from a place beyond my ken. But I'll take this chance to stand before you, to challenge you. And with this challenge to the edge of understanding, I will row. The giant harpoon sails across the black sky like a bolt of levin and strikes the pallid whale. Now's a chance! Row on! Row on! Ishmael rose tall and alone, looking straight up beyond the speeding boat's swaying bow, harpoon in her hand. I've been thinking, ever since then, about what feelings you might dig up from my heart if I saw you again. But this feeling is much more straightforward than I expected. Nice meeting you again, you freaking whale! Compared to the old man's harpoon, the harpoon Ishmael hurled was like a needle. Once struck, as though its body was racked by an immense, unbearable pain. Pallid whale's maw opened, and the air itself began to vibrate. Its maw opens! Okay, I also like how his big-ass crossbow, his BFC, also looks like an anchor. That is freaking cool. I want one. I know it's not going to be able to have the 3 rings on it, but I want one. It's cool. I don't have a spot to hang on my wall, though. Crap. Go. I'll now fish this beast. Every sinner heard the old man's voice. Every sinner begins rowing with all their might. In desperation, as though death itself was in our pursuit. As though it was our fate, our destiny to row. We were sucked into an endless abyss, and a rapid vortex pulled us into the maws of the beast, tenebrous as a well under a moonless sky. There was a deep noise, like a droplet in sea, melted into the fathomless dark. Acknowledge, acknowledge. How goes the plan? Acknowledge. Hey! Looks like the radio's broken for good. Worrying. Oh. So those were not skulls. Oh. Right then. Intrude! What's with that? Oh. Seems I forgot about that. Did I make sure to get the egos for everyone else set? No, it seems I missed this one. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll stick with Fluid Sacker for that one. No. Reach from AoE. Not that. Oh. Nah. No, wait. Need that one. I recommend using Snake. Which one, though? This one? Or this one? Both. Okay. Go with this. Alright. Yeah. Hmm. Oh, yeah. Don't sweat it.
지금 이곳에
밧줄은
Oh, shoot.
어마어마한 악력으로 그리고 자신만이 아는 방식으로 직접 꼬았었기에
Probably, as much as I would like to use one more mount, I don't have one. Yeah,
하루가 저물어가는 동안 나는
okay, so... You're literally being supported one by me. Yeah. I'm remembering that. Well, it's not a high enough level to bother using anyway. Might as well try power leveling it. There we go. Yeah, that should do it. Oh, wait. just support passive. Okay, stick with that one then.
가자. 죽이라.
밧줄은
Well,
태도의 어마어마한
I wasn't able to level up both
자신만이 아는 방식으로 직접
my Faust Malbranch adept to a high enough level to use it along with the support of Malbranch Ryoshu. It is said that Queequeg's ropes, twisted by her powerful grip and her esoteric techniques,
세상의 그 어떤
are
매듭보다
tougher than any other rope in the world.
그리고 귀쾌근은
Queequeg told me to not leave her alone in the cold, dark lake.
성장인 채로 가라앉아
She didn't want the whales and mermaids to tear her apart and devour her when her corpse sinks deep into its
그건
waters.
나도 마찬가지였다.
I agreed.
나만이 알고 있는
The wounds on her skin that only I know of, the memories of her
파헤쳐진
pain,
흔적들을
I want those monsters to heartlessly rip into them,
그것들이
gorge
파먹도록
themselves with her
주고
scarred
싶지
flesh.
않았다. 그래서 귀쾌근은
So,
관을 만들고
Queequeg built herself a coffin,
밧줄을 있는 힘껏
built
묶어서
hardily and fastened with
배가 아무리
ropes twisted and knotted
자기가
with all
잡는
her.
관만큼은
Whoops.
나는 그 관에 걸린 끈을
Hands gripping onto that very same
손바닥이
rope
찢어지도록
tied to the
붙잡고
coffin,
있었다.
starting to peel and bleed.
수용돌이의 호수로부터
My dearest friend's
나를
hollow
지탱하는
coffin was the only thing keeping me afloat on that whirling
비어있는
lake.
친구의 관.
Eddie, is there anyone out there? Anyone!
피코드호의 파편만이 떠있는
That empty
호수에서
lake, stranded amidst the Pequod's desolation,
목청껏
called out from the top of
부르짖었다.
my lungs. Please, anyone, say something, anything!
이 세상에서 나와
When I
묶여있던
realized that everyone I
빠짐없이
ever
전부
had any
사라져버렸다는
ties to
걸 알았을
had in the blink of an eye been taken from this world.
혼자 헐떡이며 숨을 쉬고
My
있는
gasping, wheezing self, barely holding on to life, seemed. Come aboard my ship and sail with me to the cold abyss of the lake!
물을 가득 머금고
Not even I,
숨을
drowning
쉬고
yet
있는
breathing, could
나조차도
escape Captain Ahab.
이 고요 속에서도
But in this deafening silence, Ahab's echoing bellows strangled me.
그들 역시
Even in death, my mates remained trapped with the captain.
나는 앞으로 불행한
In joy and in sorrow,
행복할
I'll
때
never forget
내게서부터 뜯겨나간 그
the strands that
끈들을
were ripped away from me.
기억하는 호수에
I'll be buried in this lake forever to my last gasping
평생
breath.
차오르는 물을 벗어나려
Try as I might to escape the rising waters, only loneliness fills my lungs. Ugh.
그래서 항상
Always
나를
told you did. Always told you I did. Rope,
꽉 잡지
grab
않으면
tight or sink. You.
언제부터
How long have you been here?
난
Always been here. Let's see. Ishrael's uptime thread spin tears rise to tier 4. Ishrael gains compulsion at the start of every encounter. Dang. That's not quite gonna do. Go with that for now.
필독, 출진.
The immediate sensation upon waking up was that it was moist and cold, yet oddly warm in some places. Where are we? There's this long river-like thing. If we follow it, maybe there'll be something at the end of it. Oh, Honglu, how can you always be so calm about everything? See, I think that's just how that felt is with pretty much everything. Is with pretty much everything. No, that's not what I mean, where do you guys think this is? We just... I am well aware. We rode right into the maws of the beast, of our own volition. Not long ago. I'm proposing that we enter the stomach of the whale that devoured the golden bough. You're mad! All that thrash is finally set me off the deep end. I'm just going there for my mission. Okay. Already went over that. Oh. What do you think, man? Sure. Apparently not all of it, and what we've been to. She looked with expectant eyes, as though she knew I had no choice but to agree to this plan. Her eyes were telling me, you came this far with the golden bough. You're not going to go back empty-handed now, are you? 6 hours. If I don't hear anything from you in 6 hours, LCA will be taking over the rest of this mission. Okay, LCA takes on the mission, then what? Well, if they hear the very unfortunate news that all of you decided to row into the whale's belly and that got yourselves trapped, they'll be having a long internal discussion about how they could blow that pallid whale apart. Then a very lengthy battle will ensue. Okay, so let me get this straight. If we fail to find the golden bough stuck somewhere inside the whale's stomach in 6 hours, you won't hesitate blowing us to smithereens along with the whale. Along with the whale? Did I get that right? I'll not relay that comment. Faust, what do you think of our odds? Our odds are non-zero, but it may as well be nil. At least with the currently known variables. So we have a chance. Do you have any other ideas that might get us the golden bough? No, not at this moment. What I can tell you, however, is that we have a history of dramatically completing missions with a very invariably low chance of success. Okay then, let's get this done. Indeed, the lack of plan becomes the plan itself. This solidifies the veracity of my new theory even further. And that theory is... Luckily we didn't lose any sinners on the way down. All 12 of them made it down here just as we planned. But, guys, where's the boat? The boat was nowhere to be seen. Well, ain't that a real pickle?
찍었네.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
사랑으로 정의의 이름으로.
Gonna need bloom.
보자 너.
지식인. 히야! 아르카나 빛! 차! 놀랐어?
기세가 수그러지는 반격의 기회다. 잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 쉴 새는 없다.
is it not showing the sin resources I've got?
가자. 죽이라.
전원, 눈을 크게 뜨고
Men, we will
보트를
commence a
찾는데
search. This boat must be found as soon as possible. No, there's no need of a search.
오른쪽.
400 meters to your right. There's the boat.
나쁘지 않은 관찰력.
Quite observant you are. Let's not waste any time and return to the boat.
마지막까지 들어야
Allow me to finish. There's the boat in a ditch. 75% of its hull has been its hull integrity has been breached, and its remains are scattered on the ground.
와,
Wow, so this was a piece of our boat, huh? That vessel was designed to be used more than 3 times. Hung Lu was pointing at the pitiful sight of an absolutely busted looking pieces of the propeller. Well, to be exact, busted pieces of the propeller in what appeared to once have been our boat's engines, and something comes to a sputtering halt amidst the wreckage. Thus, it rests here forevermore. This would have been quite the painful sight for Mika and Rain. This is a pretty painful sight for us too. So what do we... Manager, you can still sense the golden bow, right? Yeah, like at the Lobotomy Corporation branch, I can definitely feel that it's somewhere in here. But it's also pretty far away, so I can't tell where it exactly... Great. Are you ready to turn the clock? What's that about turning the clock? Oh. The whale's power had taken over their bodies and minds. Of course, it only makes sense that this place is crawling with mermaids. Man, so it goes down to minus 25 each time anyway. Yeah, also requires gloom. Okay. And wrath. Yeah, whatever.
목을 콱 물어버리자고. 이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 멀겠지만.
심장 멈췄군.
정의의 이름으로.
Gonna need some wrath. But a lot of lust. Or a lot of gloom and lust. Needs more gloom. Needs more lust though.
보자 너.
정의의 이름으로.
이 작살엔
Because I can see myself trying to use both fluid sac and what is it? Yeah, in the name of love and justice, or in the name of love and hate, Major Arcana Slave.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못해. 퉁퉁투성이네.
before more of those mermaids show up.
이미 고래 뱃속에 갇혀
Bounce
있는데
where? We're trapped inside a whale.
우리도
Oh, you could bounce off the walls.
먹히는 거잖아.
Sorry, I couldn't resist making a lame joke like that. Are we gonna end up looking like them too? You know, we've been devoured.
지금 당장은
The golden bow inside Dante's head is likely counteracting the politification effects on the sinner's bodies.
하지만 언제까지 지속될 수
But
있을지
there's no guarantee that this defensive effect would last forever.
환경이
We
변해버렸으니까.
must take into account that we're in an unknown environment. In other words, spending too long here could turn us into mermaids, just like them. I wasn't sure if I could bring back a sinner that's turned into a mermaid. But where do we even go? I don't have even the slightest idea as to where we might be.
이상하네요.
Weird.
고래라는 건
I didn't know
뱃속에서 비가 내리는
it could rain inside a whale's belly. I was still unsure where to go, so much so that I was starting to feel completely lost when Hong Lu suddenly blurted something about rain. What are you talking about?
아, 방금
Oh,
제
it's
어깨로
just that I felt a
물이
few
몇 방울
droplets of water on my
떨어졌거든요.
shoulder.
야, 잠깐만.
Wait,
우리는 이거한테
so this is the first place we landed on after the whale swallowed us whole. After the whale swallowed us whole, isn't it? Right.
내가 가끔
So I just sometimes need someone to confirm my common senses.
보통 음식을 먹
I need something. What does it usually land first?
그거야 당연히 위장이지.
My stomach, of course.
아까부터
Of
배고프다고
course,
울고
starving
있는
stomach.
히스클리프
I
씨의
see.
질문에 대한
I see your
의도가
point, Heathcliff.
위장에선
The stomach constantly secretes acid in order to digest the food
끊임없이
effectively.
위산이
학교에서 배웠던 것 같아요.
Yeah, I think I learned about it in school. It's usually some kind of powerful acid
이런 것들을
that dissolves everything it touches.
아,
Oh,
그래서
so
물이
that's why my
떨어지는
clothes
곳이
melted
옷이
where the
녹아내렸던
water
거군요.
touched, and it feels a bit prickly too.
따끔하기도
I stared at Hung Lu's shoulder. Something had burrowed a hole there, and the surrounding skin was sizzling and melting away.
우리 도착하자마자 흐물흐물해지는 것이오.
Are we fated to become porridge so soon after arrival?
하나 긍정적인 발견을 보고
There is
드리자면
one positive discovery, however. This creature appears to share similar biological mechanisms and shapes as an ordinary organic life form. Everyone, we gotta run. I don't care how many pieces of you there are left. Just make sure that there's something left for me to bring back. Yeesh. Kind of makes me think of the 6th stratum from Etrian Odyssey. I don't think the boss of that was the Heart of the Labyrinth. I think that's what it was called. Yeah.
이거 참 설레는구려.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
기세가 구부러지는 잘했군. 한 놈도 저놈을 쏙.
Oh, great. These ones got a passive effect that reduces sanity. How lovely!
보자 너.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 잠겨 있지.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한테 멀겠지만.
가까워진다.
자, 악은 이렇게 정화되었네.
So we ran, trying to weave our way between the pouring stomach acid, without even knowing where we were supposed to go. Whoa, man, what a funny sight, eh? Funny? That's more suspicious than funny.
너무 크게 감탄을
You're
하시는
too
바람에
loud.
전부
Great, now we caught their attention. Who's there? Hey, I heard you guys talking down there. Those mermaids speak? They're not mermaids. I've never seen a mermaid this chatty.
이들은 백화 현상이 일부만
The
진행.
qualification effects can have only partially progressed.
그럼 뭐야?
So what does that make them? Half human, half fish? Well, we don't got much time, so make it short. This zone floods with acid every 10 minutes or so. Unless you guys are all made of steel, you better decide fast. Either take the rope we're about to lower down, or become sludgy nutrients for the whale and be one with it forever and ever. Well, even if you were to all turn into sludge, we could still salvage your weapons. We don't got nothing to lose. Some of them are already starting to melt. Do we even have a choice? Oh, no! They muttered something among themselves as though they found something funny about this situation. Tossed an odd-looking rope in our direction. Nice rope, feels funny. That rope, right? That's made of capillary, pulled straight. Its lungs. The last more than an hour, even in its stomach acid.
그래. 왜 그런 걸
Greg,
물어봤어?
why'd you even ask that? Yeah, I hate it. With Rhodey and her grumblings in tow, we struggled up the bundle of capillary rope. Phew, I don't know who you guys are, but thanks.
야, 이번 낚시는 대성공이네.
Hell yeah, what a catch. We'll lose upwards of 3 gold coins for this.
이 째깍거리는
I think
녀석은
this
더
tick-tocking
찾을 것
friend might be
같은데?
worth more than that.
낚시? 우리를
A
낚았다는
catch? You think you fished us up? We come here every once in a while to check if anyone's washed up, yeah. Most from poor castaways are already almost full mermaids by the time we find them. In a matter of minutes, they're all rearing to kill us. The rest are just your everyday mermaids.
저희가 특별한 경우였군요.
So this is a special occasion then. This is probably the first time ever that we found sailors that could not only talk, but also weren't halfway turned into mermaids. So why do you guys come here every once in a while? Oh, every once in a while then. Clock friend here keeps tick-tocking. Are they saying something? Yeah, they're a full-on robot. Most people prefer to keep the ability to speak even when replacing their bodies with prosthetics. I guess the trends have really changed since we got here. So that butt in there, well, it's a long story, but yeah, they can't communicate normally. All good. Everyone's got a story they don't want to tell. We can sympathize a little. Talking ain't the easiest thing to do.
우리를 만난 걸 다행으로 여기는 게 좋을 거다.
Consider yourselves lucked out, fellas. You guys ran into us of all things. Because we'll be getting out of here real soon. We followed their confident, guiding steps, but there was no way to look at this situation without a bit of suspicion. Where do you think they're taking us? What if they're leading us into a trap?
공격을 하려고 했다면
If they were trying to attack us, they would have done so when we were almost at the top of the cliff. We're completely vulnerable to attacks there.
그리고
And Ishmael opened her mouth as though she was about to say something, then stopped herself before turning around. Looked as if she hadn't finished processing her thoughts yet. I'm sure I've seen that harpoon before somewhere.
그런데
So, what ship are you guys from again?
그게 림버스 호라고.
It's called the Limbus. Yeah, probably haven't heard of it. Yeah.
인어도 아니면서 왜 그렇게 어물거리지? 선장의 이름을 대라. 유사 출신이면 대충이나마 알 수 있을지도 모르니까.
Well, talk straight, man. It's not like you're a mermaid. Who's your captain? If they're from U Corp, their name just might ring a bell. Who's our captain again? I don't know, guys. I've never taken the helm. I'm not sure if I can call myself a captain here. The helm, forsooth. If this be all about who handles the wheel, I'm quite well aware of our captain. Khan is our captain indeed. Nope, never heard of him. I guess it's really been a while then. He scratched his head. Captain Khan clearly didn't ring a bell. You, how long has it been since you were trapped in here?
8달.
8 months. No, dumbass, this is our 3rd year. Our last count was at 644 days, so... I don't know, lady. I quit counting the days a while ago. I've completely lost track of time since we got stuck deep inside where the sun don't shine. Stuck deep inside where the sun don't shine, huh? Just watch out for any quaking that goes on, or any quaking or rumbling that goes on around there. I see. I know only one person who ties a knot to their harpoon like that. Oh, this is called the Desper. It's not. In our town, only the experienced few knows how to tie it. So, they're here? I think I know you. Ishua comes to a sudden stop, so do our guides. Because of what she said. Roll with it.
이런 임무는 뱀 중에서도 내가 제일이지.
자, 피커드 타운에 온 걸 환영한다.
Here we are. Welcome to Pequod Town.
선장님,
We're back, Captain. Look what we fished up. Captain? Quite the catch indeed. You surely are an excellent scout, Starbuck. A wiry old woman approached us, her harsh voice tickling our ears. 2 gold coins for you, lad. And here's one for the twins.
감사합니다, 선장님.
Thank you, Captain. It has been a long while since our Pequod Town gained new villagers. Villagers? I guess. That woman seems to think us already bound to this village. I knew it. Welcome! I have built this village and will watch over these poor wretched souls. Soon I shall set sail on the final voyage with my crew. I am Captain Ahab! Ishmael. You have no idea how I've waited, or I've longed for this moment. You won't ever know. It's all got you like a fish before you even have the chance to find out. Muttering, Ishmael charged at Ahab. What a way to greet your captain, Ishmael! The captain remained serene, even as Ishmael suddenly charged at her. Ishmael? Wait, now that you mention it. You thinkless bastards! You dare attack our captain? We'll show you what you're made of! I'll toss you back into that river of acid!
찍었네.
Oh yeah, that's right.
전부 본인의
Seriously? You gotta be kidding me.
쓸모가 있으려면 이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
늘어졌네 저거. 맞추기 쉽고.
기세가 수그러지는 거. 반격의 기회다.
무슨 일 있었던 겐가?
There we go. That's a bit more like it. Yeah.
불가 위험 마감 전파리 이제 깨우치시길 사랑으로
가까워진다. 항이 끝.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만 사랑과 정의의 이름으로 지금 이곳에 등장!
I'm probably gonna need a bit more. Bit more lust resource, so probably to shuffle in Chief Butler Yoshu.
헌팅 커틀러를
She seems to get her skill 1 a lot. Figure might as well make the most of that. Yeah.
총원 불격. 담겨 있지.
How the heck are they gaining sanity like that? Oh.
목을 콱 물어버리자. 정의의 이름으로.
저놈을 추적해.
놀랐어?
전열을 지켜라. 내게 관심이 쏠렸으니 너희가 공격할 기회는 더욱 많아진다.
비뚤어져 그려.
만만찮겠군. 우리 하지. 이제 이웃이시게. 이 정도쯤이야? 이걸로 충분해. 너한테 멀겠지만.
헌팅 커틀러리 준비 끝. 변변찮은 선원들만 남았나 봐.
Not a lot of good men left, Ahab. Ishmael quickly leaped to the side, evading a harpoon that struck the spot where she was standing. She was standing
또
on.
누가?
Who's this?
내 대선원들은
My crew is nothing if not loyal, more so than anyone in the world. This one here is second to none when it comes to harpooneering. So, do you still fail to see that to attack me here is to court death? A sailor wearing an odd-looking mask joined the fray. Blimey, look at the size of that harpoon!
제대로 꿰뚫는다면
A direct hit from that will turn your bones to dust. That one's a real warrior. God, could you stop being so bloody creepy for 1 second? Give me the shivers out of here, out of nowhere. Okay, so it's just him. Well, that's not nearly as much of an issue. Oh shit, but that is.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리. 이 전투는 승리할 거예요. 히야!
Hmm. Well, shite. Wait, no. Thought it seemed odd that it said favored.
총원 불격! 이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지. 보았나? 적은 이렇게 진리가졌다. 이에 확고한 승리가 눈앞에 있다. 꿈을 꾸러가도
I'd prefer to save up the sin resources for this skill. Gotta be kidding me. Wait. That's right, just like Ricardo. Could blast him down enough to just stagger him.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
Gotcha. I think.
몰랐어?
Yep, there we go. Got him.
선원들 나를 보호해라.
Lands on tails, huh? Well. Ain't that a shame? Still gonna have to use it though. Which I'm getting really annoyed by.
불가 위협 마감하지 못하리라. 이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
Guess didn't need to do that. It seemed like they were all staggered. Really should have used her Zway Association identity. Something that's going to be sturdy enough.
전투 응대에 나선.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 지금 알겠지만.
Dang it, now she's staggered.
점 찍었네.
Crap!
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
Oh, come on!
사랑으로. 불가 위야. 마가 훌륭하군요.
잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 쉴 새는 없다.
강해. 너희
All of you. Strong.
그리고
But no
아니야.
sailors.
왜말 띄엄띄엄 거슬린
Why talk so slow? Irritating.
단축할 것도
If you're not
아니란
abbreviating with acronyms, then all you're doing is wasting time. Ishmael's mace nicked the harpooner's mask. She came dangerously close to smashing their skull.
순순히 비켰어야지.
Should have gotten out of my way when I gave you the chance.
머리통에
Now I'm going to have
날아가게
to bash your
생겼잖아.
face in.
그리고 너는 맞아.
But you are a sailor.
그래,
Right.
우린
We both are. Queequeg! A sudden explosive burst of energy, Ishmael bolted forth like a cannonball toward Queequeg before holding her in a tight embrace.
와우.
Ooh,
방금까지
wasn't she
머리통을
insane so they're
어쩌고
bashing her
하지
face in
않았어?
just moments ago?
벗을 만난다는 건
This embrace is what one does in meeting an old fellow.
그렇게라도 안아버리지 않으면
You fear they may flutter away unless you hold them tightly so.
머리색,
Your hair color. Can't forget it.
이름,
Your name. I know. But no attacking captain.
왜
Why? I'm just...
공격도 하면
You attack Captain again, I
나도
attack you.
그땐 죽
Then kill or be killed. One of us.
자, 어쩔 건가?
Well now, whatever shall I do? Starbuck here has, out of the kindness of his heart, rescued you from the jaws of death, invited you to my village.
너희는 그 은혜를
And you've elected to attack me as if to spit on that very kindness.
만약 일반적인
Were we sailing the Great Lake, I would have had all of you tied and thrown overboard to be crushed underneath the keel of our ship, your lungs bloody with the lake's waters. There are at least 40 people living in Pequod Town, and that was a conservative estimate. From the vicious glares, I could tell that every single one of them was a fiercely loyal follower of Ahab. Here we were in this unfamiliar environment, trapped and lost. Things aren't looking so good. A single word from Ahab and they'll all be upon us. If we were to retreat, behind us is the river of stomach acid. Ahead of us is an unknown territory.
너무 그렇게 겁먹은 표정으로
Lads, lasses, cast fear from your hearts. It is lucky for you that
너그러운 마음.
I am nothing if not merciful. I shall forgive your transgressions thus far.
나는 너희에게
I have questions I would like to ask you, and I am certain that you have a few for me as well.
그러니 나와 대화를
If you're
나누는
willing to talk, then enter the captain's quarters.
어디까지나 평화.
In peace, mind. Ahab casually turned around and marched into one of the buildings. She carried herself with utmost confidence. It was almost like she knew that we would follow, that we had no choice but to follow.
저 뒤
Boy, them blokes that were glaring at us. They're gone, like nothing happened.
선장,
Captain forgave, and everyone also forgives.
그렇다면
I forgive too.
다
To turn her back on someone who was charged her with murderous intent just moments ago. It's... Yes,
자신이 있다는
she is
것
confident.
얼마든지 기습을 당해.
Confident that she's got the numerical advantage, even if we were to press the offensive.
우리가
After
저자를
that, we know there's more for us to lose by attacking her than going along with her.
방금 조형된 그 상황 하나만으로
What just happened, she's made it clear as day that at least while we're in here, she has absolute control of the situation.
평화롭게 대화라니.
Talk with her in peace?
가능치도 않아.
Nonsense. It's not like we have a way out of here. Ishmael's gaze followed Queequeg, who walked wordlessly behind the captain. Let's go.
들어가죠. 저 개자식이
Let's listen to what that
어떤 말을
bastard's got to say.
들어보자고요. 어디로도 도망은 못
There's
치네.
nowhere to run after all.
저 새끼는
For her,
우리는
or for us. Oh. Good. Should come in handy.
그런데 저 게시판은 뭐야?
Excuse me. Need to stretch my legs for a bit. Okay. And I'm back. So what's that on the board over there?
선원마다
Number of gold
배당되는
the number of gold coins assigned to each crewman and woman.
쓸만한
You can
재료들을
collect them by
건져
by
올리거나
fishing up useful stuff or by hunting
사냥하는 데
mermaids.
성공한
Who's the one paying you?
그거야.
Captain, obviously.
고래 뱃속에서
Are you saying that there's
경제 활동이라도
economic
있다는
activity
것인가?
within the whale's stomach?
이곳에서는 그 말을
What need
얻을
of gold
수도
coins could you have in
가질
here,
필요도
let
없을
alone
텐데.
the means of procuring them?
말했잖아.
Told you, we'll be out of here in just a little bit.
하긴 그리고
And once we're off this whale, we'll get
63개의
paid
그 말을
63
받을
gold
수
coins.
이 정도라면
That much dough.
도시로
I just
나가서
might be able to snag myself a
쓸만한
halfway
배를
decent ship.
살수
Unless the-
있을지도 모르지. 그 사이에
Unless the inflation's
물가가
gone nuts, that
변한 게
is.
아니라면.
Welcome back, CG9.
아, 아이바.
Oh, by the way, ever
혹시
been to the Marlin
정색지
port ship
항구선을
lately?
들린
Any chance you saw the
거라면
Stingray flat top grill
가오리
place?
철판
I
해물집은
wonder if it's still
아직
open.
건재야.
맛있어 보이는 이름인걸?
Oh, that sounds
맛있어진데?
delish. Where is it? Looks like Ahab's giving out gold coins to your crew for their labor. The promise of reward for services rendered. I'm sure that's a strong motivator. Hey, Ishmael, you really caught me off guard earlier.
너를 이곳에서
Seriously, I didn't
만날 거라고는
think I'd find you here of all places.
밖에 나가면 술통
We're out of here, we could go
내기라도 하는 건
crash at a
어때?
bar, drink rum straight from a bar,
예전처럼
straight from a barrel. We'll get a competition just like the good old days.
그래. 다른
Right, so did you get a
선원들이랑
chance to say hello to
인사는
everyone?
나눴어.
A little chat?
그리고 또
Oh
머리는
man, you sure
왜
did
또
grow your
그렇게
hair
길게
out.
기른 거야?
Whatever happened to long hair is annoying.
거칠적거린다더니.
질문이 많네요.
I think she looks great with long hair like that. That's a lot of questions at once.
다들 저랑 이야기도 나누고 싶어 하지 않던데요.
I don't think any of them
적개심만
want to
가득한
chat.
표정이던데.
Hang on, her hair is maybe about this short in that flashback. And it looks like it reaches down to at least her knees. That... How many years would that take? Then again, some people, their hair... I think some people, their hair grows faster than others. Ooh. I don't think any of them want to chat with me. I can tell from the looks they're giving me.
이곳에선
Sometimes people from other
배에서
ships would join us in the village,
모두
but none of them lasted more than a day. We're the only ones who's made it
여태까지
this long.
버틴 건 선장님이
It's all thanks to a solution our captain came up with. A solution?
몸과
A way to
머릿속에
stop our bodies and minds from turning
하얗게
pallid.
되지.
What is it?
보다시피
As you can see, without our captain, we would have long been turned into mermaids.
이곳에서
Without the captain, this village wouldn't exist.
그러니까
So anyone that dares to antagonize the captain is our enemy.
저기 선장님과
Is to stand against the captain is to stand against our very survival.
이런 사람이었나요? 스타벅.
You've changed, Starbuck.
우리의 선장에게
I remember you
반복하던
butting
모습을
heads with the captain all the
기억하고
time. Did I?
있어요.
Don't forget who trapped all of you here in the first place. Let us to our deaths. Ishmael Calder walks past Starbuck before entering the office. I thought he was an old mate of yours.
스타벅.
Starbuck, first mate of the Pequod.
모두에게 좋은 사람이 되고 싶어 했죠.
He wanted to be a good person to everyone, and he was the closest of the crew to the captain's ear,
가까운 만큼
which meant that they
의견
also
같은
squabbled pretty often, but it didn't matter in the end. Ahab was equally indifferent to everyone anyway. Please, excuse the state of my office. A bottle of rum and this would have gone down much smoother. Yet, after all the time we've spent stuck in here, I've not seen a single bottle float its way in.
협상은
제가 주도해 보도록
Executive Manager, allow me to take charge of this negotiation. Ishmael cannot be trusted to make a rational decision, and you, Executive Manager, cannot properly communicate with this woman. She will only hear your ticking sounds. Sure.
에이헤브 선장이라 했나? 우리는
Captain Ahab, is it?
감히 맞춰볼까?
Allow me to hazard a guess. You rode in here voluntarily in search of something that the pallid whale devoured. This means that you and your present company have also found a way to keep yourselves from turning into mermaids. Well, I don't suppose there's any point hiding it when we've already come this far.
우리는 어떤 물건을 찾고
We're in
있어.
search of a certain object. Its appearance is as thus. Don Quixote started explaining, looking around excitedly as though she expected the captain to suddenly produce the golden bough from her pockets.
그렇게 함부로 알려줘도 되나?
Wait, I'm really going to just tell her everything. Why don't we just talk about this between us first? And
아이고.
I know what you seek. A golden stick of sorts, I presume. Am I wrong? What? We couldn't even deny her accusations, thanks to Gregor's extremely telling reaction.
난 그게 어디에 있는지 알고요.
I know where to find it. I can even bring you to it. Oof, how do you know how do we know that you aren't bluffing?
맞아요.
Yeah, what if you just overheard while you were talking?
내가 보았다는
I shall prove it to you then. From that branch emanates a very far-reaching golden light. Its glow is warm and bright, yet not bright enough to be blinding. It appears that she at least knows of a golden bough. What she has just told us is more than what an unrelated individual should be able to know.
그래 보아야. 위치는 가르쳐주지 않을 심상이지.
Still, I don't believe she's really about to tell us where the bough is.
내가 왜
You presume that I would not part with this information? I have nothing to hide. Ahab slammed the desk and leaned aggressively toward us. She wore a knowing grin as though she knew exactly what we wanted and what we were about to say to get it. Let us speak plainly here. I have naught to hide from you. In fact, I dare say that it is you who are withholding things from me. You called that stick the golden bough, did you? Well then, that golden bough is at the dead center of this accursed whale. At the dead center? Or at least close to the dead center. The epicenter of this deep resonant thumping. The spring of life that fuels this beast. The heart. The heart that seeps with all that is evil in the world. But you're in luck. It just so happens to be that the Pequod has set course for that very same destination. We plan to set sail in the very near future. Because the only way out of the whale is by destroying its heart. That's interesting. I wonder if this is just a coincidence. What's so interesting about it? Isn't it interesting that after all those years they spent preparing for their journey to the heart, just happened to arrive as they were about to set sail? I have naught else to say, but merely refer to the nature of fate. The threads of fate itself is weaved so that I, Ahab, shall be the one to pierce the heart of the pallid whale. I have set more sails in the belly of this beast than the number of your gritted teeth combined. I have been to every nook and cranny of this place, all of which I clearly recall. There is no method upon this earth that I have not attempted to pierce this beast's hide. So allow me to preclude a few options for you. This beast's hide is as thick and impenetrable as Ardcorp's fortress. All the weapons of the world will not be able to pierce it. Tried to stab it with my harpoon. Wound it, yes. Puncture a hole, no. Well, if you find my words so difficult to believe, then feel free to give it a try with your own weapons. Mine attempts hardly left a mark. She's right, then it won't matter what the Indigo Elder does. It won't matter what LCA does. It won't matter how hard they'll try. They can't get us out of here. We know better than anyone. Crushing pain of surviving at a place such as this with no hope of rescue. No sane mind survives such torment for long. Behold my pitiful crew! They hold on tooth and nail to their sense of self as the pallid membrane tries to devour them whole. Nothing here. Nothing. None. We can do naught here but scavenge the flotsam that washes up to its stomach. Morbid corpses Queequeg brings back from her hunts are our only source of subsistence. Fins soft.
대체 어떻게
How the
견디는
heck did you guys even survive here?
단 하나.
Faith. The faith
선장님의
that
말만
as long as we
따르면
follow our captain,
언젠가
she'll eventually lead us
나갈
out of here.
거라는 믿음. 우린
That's the hope we hold on to.
버
그러니
Now, give my offer a listen.
이 선원들을 모두
I, Captain Ahab of the Pequod, leader of the Pequod town, have the responsibility to bring every single one of my crew home. Thus I make this offer to you.
나는 이놈의
I will destroy this beast's heart, for long have I prepared. Now all that remains to be done is to set the plan in motion.
우리의 목적은
Our goals are the same, yet we each seek different treasures.
내 계획을
Assist me in my plan. We'll hunt this whale and escape, and the golden bough shall be yours.
잠시
We must discuss this matter amongst ourselves first.
얼마
Take as much time as you want. Ahab nodded with a generous smile. We huddled in one corner of her office to discuss this.
이곳까지 타고 왔던 배는
Boat that carried us here is beyond salvaging.
그리고
Thus,
이곳을
it
나가기
follows that we
위해서
require a new
다시
boat
되돌아가야
for us to escape the whale.
더불어 내부를
Moreover,
조사하기
moving across the bodily
위해서
fluids of this
위를
whale is
돌아다녀야
necessary if we are to conduct an investigation of its interiors. That we require a new boat.
요차하면 저자들의 배를
And commandeering their
강탈하는
vessel is also one of our options.
그렇게 다 들리는
Guys, they can hear us. Pipe down.
우리 배 복잡해.
Our ship,
複雑.
hard to sail, complex.
운전은
Only Pequod crew can handle Pequod boats.
결국
What'd I say? How much time would it take if we were to build a boat from scratch?
아무 재료도 없는 상태에서
Considering that we possess no necessary materials, consider that we must reinforce it to be resistant to the whale's acid. The estimated time of completion is... No, let's not even think about that.
그러죠.
Let's not.
제안이라.
So that's your offer? I could smell your
예상한
bullshit coming from a mile away.
저자는 언제나 같아요.
She's not changed one bit,
그럴듯한
driving
개소리로
people to their
사람을
deaths with
죽음까지
bullshit that
몰고
at a glance seems plausible.
이번에도 다를 바 없어요.
Nothing's changed.
저도 뭔가
Yeah, there's something off about her. Maybe we should just do this ourselves.
바닥이 길수록 조심.
Never trust something that requires too much explaining.
저 사람들은 심장을 터뜨리고 나가기 위해서
I think they've spent a long
많은
time
시간을
building a
쏟아부은
plan
것
to destroy the
같은데
heart to escape this
우리가
place.
당장 해결할 수
Really
있는
do it on our
걸까요?
own from scratch?
저희가
I
언제까지 버틸 수
also don't know how
있을지도
long we could
잘
hold out in here.
모르겠어요.
그래. 저
Yeah, that captain probably knows this place better than anyone. Other options are either turn into mermaids and kill each other, or remain trapped in here forever. Are they really the only alternatives we've got?
붉은 시선께서 우리를 버릴 리가 없어.
Don't worry, my Moto Squire. Everything will be fine.
이럴 때 의견 정하는 방법은 간단해. 배틀 로얄이다.
We're having trouble coming to an agreement. I'll mediate. Let's battle to the last person standing and have them decide. As soon as we're all expressing their opinions, which were all very diametrically opposed to one another, with little hope of meeting somewhere in the middle, and I was unnerved by how easily Ahab managed to see right through us. Yeah, it sounds like quite the pickle. I see that you're having some trouble coming to an agreement amongst yourselves. That is quite understandable. It should be clear as day that the answer is right before your eyes. My offer is perfect for your present rather desperate situation.
하지만
But that is the whims of fate.
기가 막힌
These seemingly implausible coincidental opportunities are the threads of fate weaving the path ahead for us.
분명히 다가왔을
You must first learn to be someone who grips their destiny when it presents itself.
여기 뱃사람들은
It is common wisdom even among every seafarer. Sinclair shuddered a little. A lot has happened. Various moments of past coincidences must have passed before every sinner's eyes. We were almost sandwiched between two ships when we encountered those floating mermaids on a deserted ship. When we fought a whale and its byproducts that came with the waves.
모두 들여다보는 듯한 말꼬락서니는
You and your arrogant, all-knowing speeches haven't changed one bit.
함부로 착각하지
Don't delude yourself. I'm not joining hands with you ever again.
생각은 전혀
Even
없어.
now, I can't wait to chew you up and tear you apart. Nice! What words! The girl's finally learned how to speak like a proper sea dog with her salt. Haven't you, Ishmael?
당신이 내 이름을 기억해줄 줄 몰랐는데.
Don't think you'd remember my name. How could I not? I heard your voice moments before the whale swallowed me whole. The echoes of your voice calling my name, scattering to the winds amidst the desolation. Ha! I can hear it clearly, as though it happened but a day ago. Even for a brief moment, through the tempest our eyes met, and I peered into the depths of your heart. Into the depths of your true desire. Ahab strode toward Ishmael. Ishmael stood her ground. She glared at the old woman with bloodshot eyes. So I'll give you what you want. Her voice was low, yet personal, honest.
또 무슨 헛소리를 늘어놓았지?
Let's see what kind of crap you come up with this time.
내가 바라는 건
Is what I want. Is my heart. Ishmael, listen well. I am the first and the only person who watched the birth of your life's greatest wish. There was an awakening deep within you, a hateful obsession, screaming and thrashing with frenzy so that you may one day gut me yourself. That very desire is what has brought you before me past the trials and tribulations the world has thrown in your way. Am I wrong? The golden bough they seek? You don't give a shit about that. Of course you don't. My very heart is your golden bough, your plunder, the treasure you so desperately seek at the end of your journey. I knew that, deep inside you, you were still a sailor and a harpooner. An excellent one at that. From the moment of our reunion until now, you've been stabbing me over and over again in your head, and not once have you averted your eyes. What a harpooner that makes you. Were I a whale, I would have willingly given you my heart to kill. Give me your heart. You know better than anyone that I do not lie. That I do not lie, Ishmael. You know where the bow of my accumulated passion has set course to. Help me destroy this whale's heart, and I, Captain Ahab, shall willingly give you my life. It matters not the manner in which you and me. I'll accept it all gladly. Ahab snatches Ishmael's harpoon and brings it close to her throat. Now, do you not wish to open my arteries? Allow me to take this task. Allow me to make this task even easier for you. Shall I turn my neck so that the veins are plain to see? All of this is yours as long as I can achieve my goal. Oh, what a keen harpoon you have. You have whetted. I can imagine the nights you've spent sharpening it, drawing a picture of my painful demise. You must have felt it, the call of destiny, your fate, just as I have. No one on this earth understands you better than I do, Ishmael. I know that very longing, that very burning hatred that consumes your days. Yeah, you're right. I'm barely holding myself back from tearing into your arteries. Yet you do not act. Because even now, even as the tip of your razor-sharp harpoon tickles the fuzz on my neck, you know the truth so well. That you're still too weak to kill me. How pitiful, and how clever. The girl knows her place. And that cleverness serves you well. A foolish sailor would not have accepted this very generous offer of mine. As long as I can kill the pallid whale with my two hands, I care not about what happens next. My heart is yours to harpoon, Ishmael. I will be made complete at that very moment. What happens afterward, I could not care less. Easy there, Ishmael. Ishmael laughed and laughed. She did not fight back with her biting tongue, nor did she sharply and rashly criticize the captain's words as she did ours. She laughed and laughed and laughed, glaring straight into Ahab's eyes. Yes, I like the look in your eyes. I can already see it. In fact, I may as well have already heard your decision from that look. Yeah, enjoy your last voyage, Ahab. Whatever it takes, survive to the end of this voyage until you destroy the whale's heart. And I'll happily destroy you the moment you're made complete. Yes, now I see the eyes of a proper sea dog. Finally, conviction burns within your eyes. I shall not disappoint Ishmael. Allow my heart to beat like the very tempest. Allow my heart to bleed hotter than the boiling blood of the lava whale, so that it may be a target worthy of your harpoon. A sense of overwhelming dread emanated from the pair's mad laughter. Neither I nor the other sinners dared to intrude. Their laughters were very much alike, to the point where I wasn't sure which belonged to Ishmael and which belonged to Ahab. What I was thinking then, I'm not really sure. It wasn't like we had any other choice, but maybe I was hoping that Ishmael would refuse the offer. So you join us for the journey to the heart? Ain't that nice? It's encouraging to have you lively-looking fellows along for the ride. Odd a hint of that pale membrane to be seen on yours. Oh, speaking of which, are you also okay? How come the pallid whales got no effect on any of you? Curious Starbuck asked. Forsooth, that is... It's all a long story. We just happened to get lucky, and I'll leave it at that. Gregor cut into block to Don Quixote's mouth. There are tasks that must be completed if we are to reach the heart. 2 ships, 2 routes. They must go their separate ways to reach the heart. The Pequod will make its way through the pancreas. Question. Shoot. Why are you the ones going through the pancreas? The whale's pancreas is vast and filled with treacherous acid. To go in there without knowing when and where the acid will spew from is it's to dance with death. So I'm reluctant to bring those that have toiled here for years, not experienced landsmen such as you. Starbuck shrugged next to the captain. I must also mention that the pancreas is heavily populated by the mermaids. It is better that we sailors who have spent our entire lives hunting mermaids and whales take that route instead. While there aren't any particularly powerful or troublesome mermaids there, our numerical advantage will still be useful in that path. At the end of its pancreas, we will hew open its largest vein. Then, its left heart atrium will open to supply blood to the area. Okay, so what about us? You will take this path. The right heart atrium connected to the lungs. This is a narrow path, so a smaller vessel will serve you well. Some other things have made their way into the path I send you on. They are neither whale nor mermaid. Their numbers are small, but each of them may possess a difficult fight. Or may pose a difficult fight. But you lack in numbers, I assumed, will be made up by your individual prowess. You and your men will shine in targeted strikes, not all-out battles that the Pequod will face the pancreas. Were you not here, I would have had to send Starbuck, Queequeg, and at least 8 other good men that way. The boat divided will have a higher chance of failing. In fact, it had been a rather significant concern of mine. But you have arrived, fitting perfectly into this conundrum of a puzzle as though fate itself has ordained it. Destiny is one fickle thing, is it not? Miss Ahab must be referring to the abnormalities that were swallowed in alongside the Lobotomy Corporation branch. So you know something about those odd creatures. Indeed, our encounter was ordained by fate. The very destiny that leads me to the heart of the whale. Kill the monsters there! He opened the arteries, and that the right atrium shall open. And we'll meet again at the heart. Oh, didn't know you left again. We will meet again at the heart where the atriums. We'll meet again at the heart where the atriums meet. Then I shall enter and destroy its core. The heart of the heart, if you will. Yo, dog, I heard you like hearts. So here's a heart with a heart inside of it, so you can have double the heart. Verily, you proclaim that there's a heart within a heart? I see that you have little experience contending with a foe so great as the whale. It is obvious that such a colossal creature would have a heart that fuels its heart. Is that supposed to be obvious? The sun shall shine on us again only when we destroy the heart beating with the very essence of evil. Through the whale's sundered flesh shall the gentle light reign over us. And you will impale me with the final harpoon to end my breath once and for all. While I am yet to analyze the geography of this entity, the general structure of the plane appears sound to me. The executive manager. Yeah, I agree. It'll be fine to not have to voice Ahab's lines for a while. It's kind of hurting my throat a bit. Looks like Ahab wasn't kidding about checking every nook and cranny of the belly of the whale. She did all that with a singular desire to hunt, to kill this great whale once and for all, for such a long time.
난 여전히 마음에 안 들어.
I still don't like. I still don't.
장놈에게 모든 계획을 맡기고
That's southern.
따라야 한다니.
I still don't like this. I suppose just what? Wasn't there some dodgy captain ordering us around? I thought the clockhead here was our boss.
남이 차려준 밥에
Why don't we just finish this with our own hands instead of relying on her? Let's just do this ourselves. What if two of us go mad and turn into a mermaid? At least it would have been a walk at the end of the day.
그거 참 대책 없는 바람이군.
Most irresponsible suggestion.
그 정도 손실로
I would have
해결할
been the
거라고
first to
판단이
suggest that had I not estimated our losses to be higher than one or two of us.
하지 그랬냐?
So why didn't you?
이곳은
You're at a significant disadvantage when it comes to information on this battlefield. The executive manager's life may be at risk at any moment.
승률 낮은 도박이
Not even witless rookies risk or gamble with the lives of their superiors. All that for your pride? What foolishness.
심장만 터뜨린다는
As long as we destroy the heart, I can end her.
심장만 터뜨린다는
As long as we destroy the heart. She grits her teeth as she repeats it to herself like a mantra, so that she may never forget, not even for a moment. Right then, we'll meet again at a rendezvous point. Let this be a good voyage to us all. The sunlight is within our grasp, my dearest crew. We will soon breathe deep the metallic, traitorous stench of the city's air. They have provided us with a boat that could bring us all the way to the heart.
피코드 선원만 가능해.
Only Pequod crew steers Pequod boat,
그러니까
so I steer. Queequeg joined us as our helmswoman. Queequeg wasn't lying. This boat wasn't like any other boat we'd ever seen. Its body was made of flesh and bones. I also noted that a few pieces of metal plates were visible between the organic materials. Only a crew of the Pequod could possibly know how to steer this bizarre ship. Okay, roll with it. Ugh. And it's still not showing me what sin resources I've got.
이런 임무는
하럼프.
해도 내가 제일이지.
Ishmael stares wordlessly at Queequeg. I thought you... Everyone died.
나도
Me too.
죽었다.
Also thought you dead.
그리고
Where I was, we buried dead people. No burning.
땅 속으로
In earth, in hearts, deep, never to dig up again.
잊어야 할까.
Because we have to forget.
내겐
Did you bury me too?
나는
I
보고 싶어.
want to see sunset again.
이 생각으로
That keeps me going, breathing, throwing harpoons.
바깥 세계는
I thought you didn't like the outside world.
노을은 따뜻해.
Sunset, always warm, wherever it sets. I'm hearing a terrifying cry coming from far away.
나들의 울음소리.
It's the mermaid's cry, our future, if we fail to escape.
울부짖기만
Cry and cry, trying to kill all we see. Then melt, very slowly, later,
처음부터 없었던
float away, like we were never here.
되고 싶지 않아.
Don't want to be a mermaid. The pallid whale, have to kill it. Only then we get out. I see another vision of Ishmael. It's growing more and more frequent. Maybe it's the influence of the golden bow.
울음소리.
Crying.
지하실에서는
Every night, a terrifying cry echoes from the holds.
이번엔 네가 지하실로 갈 차례네.
Pip, it's your turn to go down there.
민호는 매일 밤마다
The mermaids cried every single night, so we had to lock them deep in the holds.
팁은
Pip doesn't want to go down there. It's scary. That's just the luck of the draw, Pip. I'm sorry, but you gotta accept it. Isn't it weird, Queequeg? Why are we doing any of this? That's a hell of a lot of tattoos. Ishmael, steel yourself. We'll see Pallid Whale soon. Which means all this be over soon. Yeah, it'll all be over soon. So when this voyage is over... What is this mess? Can you not even man your stations properly, you deckhands? Captain, Pip doesn't want to go down there. Pip's scared to death. It's so scary down there. Every night, Pip hears. Every night he scratches at the locked door. Get a hold of yourself, Pip. That's just a mermaid. Pip knows. Pip saw. That was our mate Stub, Captain. The Pallid Whale ate Stub with the boat he was on, and... Pip, turn away from the sound at the holds. Look far beyond the Great Lake. The Pallid Whale's day of reckoning draws near. The louder the mermaid cries, the closer we are to our goal. That creature will lead us to the Pallid Whale. That night, I snuck into Captain Ahab's quarters. To enter the captain's quarters unauthorized was like breaking a taboo. Every sailor knew that. If I was caught, I would have had to accept whatever punishment they decided to levy upon me for committing a sin that may as well have been a mutiny. But I don't know what I was thinking when I walked in there. Captain Ahab, Captain? The captain's eyes were locked on the map of the Great Lakes stuck to the ceiling of her quarters. She did not stir. I looked at the sight for a moment before stumbling out of the captain's quarters. I had to. So, you entered the captain's quarters, huh? Mr. Starbuck. Captain never gets a proper shut-eye. Even when she sleeps with her eyes wide open. She's always looking for that Pallid Whale somewhere in the Great Lake, even as she dreams. Captain ain't sleeping. She's awake. Always is. Yeah, on the Pequod, the captain had a tight leash around us. We're merely grasping on what little air she permitted us. Go and get some rest. Like Captain said, that whale's gotta be close. I don't always understand the captain. Sometimes I wish she'd entertain some different ideas. But we won't have to suffer much more of that. We'll all be free soon. Once we kill the Pallid Whale and leave this ship, we... Ugh. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. You need a whole lot of gloom. And a lot of envy too, but I could generate that no problem.
남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 쉴 새는 없다.
Let's see, soon after setting sail. Whoa! Started hearing something shaking underneath the ship. What's that? Forsooth, there may be a foe underneath our ship, scratching! Yeah, that's ominous. We should check it out. What do we do? I'm probably gonna need that ego gift. The annoyed sinner was about to say something before stopping herself. Maybe she thought it was a waste of effort. Scratching noises are intensifying. To be fair, this is no normal ship, so maybe the ship just makes scratching noises from time to time. If it doesn't... Wait, that reminds me. The pirate ships. I guess this is what those spikes were for. Scratching noises continue to intensify until it moves to the side of the ship. Soon the source of scratching noises reveals itself. Mermaids. Damn it, we should have checked! I had nothing to say to that. We had to fight. Oh.
필두, 출진. 만만찮겠군. 본인이 하지.
Oh, come on!
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지. 보았나? 저건 이렇게 진리가 난다. 우리의 확고한 승리가 눈앞에 있다.
아르카나 빛.
Meld.
만만찮겠군. 본인이 하지.
기세가 수그러지는 반격의 기회다. 저놈을 추적해.
목을 콱 물어버리자고. 이제 깨우치지.
완성되었나?
Oh, good grief.
잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 쉴 새는 없다.
I'm guessing that's gonna come in handy.
필두, 출진.
Let's see, I'm trying to build a Minecraft, I guess you mean cart track system. In Terraria? You're better off building a pylon network. Unless you're building it just because you can.
목을 콱 물어버리자고. 이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 좀 멀겠지만. 자, 정의의 이름으로 이겨!
Yeah.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리. 히어! 아르카나 빛! 차!
기세가 수그러지는 군. 공격의 기회다.
완성되었네. 점 찍었네.
탐정, 이제 깨우치시길. 퉁퉁투성네. 자, 악은 이렇게 정화되었네.
I'm doing this because I'm not getting the Hermes boots for from any of the chests. Chests I checked. This is a new world. Oh, okay. Let's see. We entered a narrow waterway of sorts. Executive manager. Saw mermaids swimming under the ship. Mermaids lashed onto the walls are glaring at us as well. This place, hard to steer. Steer and keep track of directions. Hard to do at once. Someone will have to keep track of the directions. But she has a pride skill. Left. The road splits to 3. Wait, look, opening at 2 o'clock. Thanks to our audience, quick and clear directions, we were making quick work of the waterways. There's no end to them, huh? But the horde of mermaids attacked our ship doesn't seem any smaller than it did when we first entered.
봤어? 이런 건 다른 뱀들보단 내가
Exit
더
still
잘한다고.
far. Interesting. Go straight. Right, now hard rudder. Thanks to you seeing quick and clear direction, we were making quick work of the waterways. Okay.
합격점이구려.
Almost there. We escape. We escape soon. To next area. We're almost there. It's opening up. Wait, there's a drop. Steady as you go. Phew. Oh, more rocks ahoy. Left 10 degrees rudder. Steady and right full rudder. Been a while since we've done something like this together. Yes, remember Starbuck on helm. You, me, shouting at Starbuck. Yeah. The ship was covered with blood and oil of mermaids we killed in the waterway. These, useful. Put them in barrel. But smooth sail to the next area as we spent our time collecting mermaid oil from the ship. There's so much of it that the deck was almost flooded with it.
당연하지. 내 나침반이 틀린 적이 있었나?
Let's see. Inflict one additional tremor with the skill, then inflicts tremor. Okay. If more than 50% of the max HP is lost this turn, gain 2 attack power up next turn. Right then.
이거 참 설레는구려.
저거 인어도
That,
아니고
not mermaid, not whale.
고래도 아니야.
Monster from other outskirts.
환상체라고
Your
명칭합니다.
official denomination is abnormalities. They were once contained within the Lobotomy Corporation branch, but the whale has devoured them.
다르지는 본적
I saw similar things before, but not abnormality.
환상.
Different.
네. 외곽에 사는 무엇을 만났어도 이상하지 않으니까. 충분히
Yes, indeed.
환상체와
In the
같은
outskirts,
존재들이 봤을 수
anything is
있습니다.
within the realm of possibility. I find it credible that you may have encountered similar entities in the outskirts.
환상체.
Abnormalities.
어떻게
Born
태어났지?
how?
한때 인간이었던
They were
존재들입니다.
once human. These have been created by humans as a source of new energy.
있는 것 같아. 원하는 것.
I thought the only abnormalities that were once human were ones that were basically a person becomes a distortion and then in time becomes an abnormality. They have wishes. Looks like
환상체들이
you ask if the abnormalities have
특정한 욕구를
specific
가지고 있는
wants or
것이-
desires, yes?
저들은 알고 있어.
Yes. They know what they want, what they desire, what they wish. Well, looks like wants and desires are all they have left.
부러운 거야.
Must be nice.
자기가
Knowing
원하는
what
거.
you want, knowing what you desire.
제대로 하네.
Queequeg was ceaselessly scratching at her arm as her eyes remained fixed on the abnormalities. She was scratching so hard that the blood and pale gunk were starting to seep from her torn skin.
퀴퀴가
Queequeg, stop!
몸에
You're
상처가-
bleeding!
그 버릇
Still
고친
doing,
거야?
still doing that, huh? Born again.
대기.
Cocoon couldn't become one. Hmm? No, I don't think it won't be too much of a problem. Wah. Wah never changes. Wait, what? Ah, dang. Oh shoot, it's got only resistances. Probably aside from the pearl.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
There we go. And you can't wait till they can get the mechanic. What for? Is it for the fireworks? Wait, that's the party girl, I think. assuming you have a computer that's up to it, I'd mostly recommend playing on Tmod Loader. Oh, that's why it's unclashable. Oh! You could also get a Danger Sense potion. It does the same thing. I know you're on PS4, but I was saying if you have a computer that's up to the task, it's... a lot of the... there's a number of mods that make the game a lot less of a hassle. Just target that spot. Ah, crap! 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 Double crap! Oh, come on!
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
전부 본인의
Do. What the heck does green slime do? Oh.
전투응대에 나서 이제 깨우치시게.
잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 쉴 새는 없다.
Okay, my railway project is almost done. Alright, good to know. The green slime, the acidic burning sensation, the writhing larva, all of it unnerves the sinner. But despite all that, Rodion prevails, claiming the gem with her hand. An incomprehensible roar echoes. Quickly regenerates something new in its maws. But it won't be the same.
봤어? 이런 건 다른 뱀들보다 내가 더 잘한다고.
무슨 일 있었던 겐가?
Let's target that. Ah, Bowie. Three paralyzed. Goody! Yippee freaking Skippy!
전투 응대에 나선다.
악은 이렇게 정화되었네.
There we go.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
선원들, 나를 보호해라.
Man, this is entirely to get over the evil biome. Oh yeah, that was gonna be pretty nasty. And I suppose the good thing about the console versions of Terraria is that they have that lock-on feature. That one's not for the PC, and that one's not on PC.
점 찍었네.
Oh, come on!
잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을
He's like, oh yeah, they're dominating. No, not really. Oh. I guess your aim's just that good then.
선원들, 나를 보호해라.
No, not yet. Yes, yet. No, I just haven't done a ranger playthrough till now. Oh! That would also do it.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리. 이 전투는 승리.
히어! 아르카나 세이버!
선원들, 나를 보호해라.
So what kind of build do you usually go for? The 2 playthrough I've completed were Close Range and Summoner. Okay.
만만찮겠군. 언니 하지. 자, 사랑으로. 이 거리는 충분해. 너한테 멀겠지만.
Ah, shucks, I staggered it again. Yuck, 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 yuck. Just how much does it take? 6. Okay. This one takes 3. Alright, so I've got plenty. I know. The pun there is that, I guess you aren't aware, but the task of cracking open clam or oyster shells is called shucking.
총원 불격.
야! 아르카나 세이버!
And it's gone!
퀴케그?
Craig?
뭐 하고 있는 거야?
What are you doing?
퀴케그는 아주 가끔씩
Craig used to spend some nights
누구보다
in crushing loneliness and unbearable pain.
빛이 들지 않는
Craig sat in the corner of a dark, dark room.
퀴케그는
She looked down at her
자신의
arms,
양팔은 작살줄을
and
끊어버리는
with the
능력을
small
가지고
dagger
다니고
she used for cutting harpoon
그
ropes,
팔들이
she mercilessly
마치
tore into her
텅빈
arms,
도화지라도
like she was
된다.
carving something into her flesh.
이건 대가야.
This is price.
자세히 본
I
퀴케그의
peered
몸은
closer, but it was covered with countless strange tattoos.
억지로 지우려는
Over them were
듯한
scars of old,
난도질이 되어
gnashed
있었다.
wounds, cut as though to hide the tattoos drawn on her skin.
이건
Did you
네가 이런
Did
거야?
did you do that to yourself? I did. But why? Because of shame. Because of that tattoos. I engraved them myself.
퀴케그
Wait, Craig, don't do this.
여러 둥지를
We'll go look for a place that could erase her tattoos. There's got to be one out there at one of the nests. So
그러니까
stop hurting yourself like this.
특별한 방법으로.
Huh.
그러니까 지우지 못해. 보통의 방법으로.
Oh. Those are the kind of tattoos that the middle uses. By tattoos, tattooed in a special way. There's no normal way to erase. And even if there is, I won't erase. I won't erase like that. Why? No way to be free from past.
고래잡이 배에 타는 선원들 사이에서 각자의 과거라는
On a
건
whaling ship, any discussion of the crew's past was an unspoken taboo.
대부분이 과거로부터
Whalers were
쫓기고 있거나
often running from their pasts,
과거를
wanted
파도에
to
씻겨내고
wash their pasts
싶었거나
away in the waves,
어떤 식으로든지
threw
돈이
themselves against the
필요하여
waves in their
낭떠러지
desperate
파도로
need for
몸을
money.
던진 이들이
이스마일 알고 있었지.
Ishmael, you already knew.
나는 왔어. 중지.
I'd come from the middle. I had a hunch when I saw your tattoos.
중지는 결코 포기를
The
하지
middle
않는다고 했다.
never forgets.
뒷골목에 떠도는
Everyone in the back streets
누구나
knows
알
the
법하지만
story. There may just be one of those tall tales. It's not a tale one can so casually laugh off.
아이가 지나가던 누군가와
Once, a child bumped into a stranger and spilled ice cream on his clothes. A stranger whose clothes were spoiled comforted the crying child and sent him on his way home.
하지만 부딪힌 그
That
자가
stranger was an
중지의
officer of the middle.
간부였으며
Spoiled clothes happened to be his
그날이
favorite
끝났으니
set.
다음 날부터
That day was the
그
last day
아이를
anyone,
제외한
including the
아이의
child,
가족들을
ever
본
saw the
자는
child's
아무도
family.
없었. 농담이나 괴담일 수
Maybe it's
있지만
just dark humor.
아무도
It's
그
just one of
정도
those
이야기는
countless
취급하지
baseless
않는다.
urban legends. But no one dares to treat this tale like it is.
종지는 그런
Because the
존재라고
middle
했다.
really was like that.
하지만
But the middle that I've heard of,
종지는
I know that the middle accepts anyone into their fold, but
누구도
I also heard that once you're part of the middle, they'll never let you go. Yes, the middle remembers. The middle never forgets. Never.
그러니까 도망 안 돼.
So can't leave. So they captured me.
삼촌 누군가
They said to me, to really leave,
빛나
erase everything of the middle from me.
도망치려면
If not, they catch me again.
내 문신은
I tattoos the middle's brand, so I cut up the brand. Have to.
내 말에도
My speech,
있어.
also touched by the
그래서
middle,
해집어 놓았어.
so I went to a doctor to cut up my tongue, to cut up my brain,
내가 직접
to break myself.
그리고
And I ran again.
말도 잃게 하고
Even after you lost your speech, even after you cut your whole body up to erase your tattoos, they're still coming after you? That's too high a price. Not true. Back then, I was a maggot. Hey, you're being too hard on yourself, even if it's just a metaphor.
몸을 통해서
Crawling in filth, thinking filth was everything.
그게 그곳에서
Thought filth was the world. Thought I knew the world.
그들은
I'm guessing she was pretty high ranking. Yeah.
누님으로 만들고 싶어 했어.
They wanted to make me big sister.
그래서
So I killed, and killed, and killed. Not because of orders. Killed with my own hands. Because I wanted to. Because I wanted respect as big sister. No! We're all still in our cocoons. Soon we'll break out of our shells and be born again, okay? Born again. Yeah, once this voyage is over,
같이 찾아보자.
let's go find it together.
번데기에서
Way to break out of our cocoons.
어떻게
How?
나도 몰라.
I don't know, that's why I want to go find it with you, together.
처음 봐.
This is first time.
이스마엘
First time I've heard Ishmael saying she don't know.
그렇게 배에서 내린 후의 미래에 대해
That's how we started looking beyond this voyage.
대왕 오징어 항구.
Kraken Port. That's gonna be the home of my very own seafood grill joint. I vied up a nice place during our last voyage, you know.
그냥 청새치 항구에
Why
소문만
don't you just copy that one popular place from Marlinport? Well, I got the water walking boots. Nice.
아니거든.
I ain't.
돈
Pip wants to be rich. Pip wants to be a landlord. Landlords make a ton of money, you know.
저 녀석은
Yeah, I've got my eyes on you, kid. You're gonna be my dishwasher. I've seen how you scrape the oil off the ship.
아니에요.
No, Starbuck, you rent Pip's building. And you better pay rent on time.
1등 항해사가
My first big badge don't mean crap to you guys, don't it?
과거를 묻어두고
People who wanted to bury their past. People living from one day to the next without dreams, without futures. People like me.
배 위에서 삶과
Between
죽음의
every
격차,
close call, between every moment of triumph, amidst the brutal trials we endured in solidarity, we began to sketch the rough pictures of our futures. I just thought of something. So, a lot of the sinners, particularly with the contests that have been released so far, are trying to they're trying to get away from their past, or in some similar way, kind of change their circumstances regarding it. But a lot of times it's been trying to get away from their past. Ishmael seemed like she was trying to get away from her past prior. Oh, but she's on the Pequod. She's trying to get away from the past that she had prior to being on the Pequod, and now she's also trying to get away from the past that she had as a Pequod crew member. Gregor is trying to get away from it, kind of escape from the influence of his past as a smoke war veteran. As well as a test subject for kind of a lab rat for G Corp. You know, and so on. It does seem as though there's something about Ryoshu's past where she's trying to do something about it, because like the whole thing of how Lei Hung, was that the guy's name that was the Thumb East Capo? He mentioned Ryoshu's daughter in that that really got on Ryoshu's nerves enough that she tried drawing her blade. It makes me a bit concerned as to what exactly it is about. Because, like, Otis seems to have some regrets about her past. Lei Hong, okay, my bad. I was one letter off. But in particular, what has me curious is, what is Faust trying to get away from?
나도 무언가를 그렸다.
I sketched something for myself too.
안개가 낀 비린
That sketch,
어느 조그만
walking
항구에서
alongside Creek in some small port shrouded in mist and the smell of fish.
손에는 두꺼운
Maybe we're
서적들이
holding
들려
large
있었어.
textbooks in our hands, or maybe we're carrying suspiciously well-maintained
수상쩍은
weapons.
단순히
Maybe we're just heading somewhere with our hands full of tasty treats for the day.
그리고
And
계속
we kept
고민을
sketching.
어떻게 하면
How we will continue to live out the rest of our days. How we will persevere. Here, Ishmael stared wordlessly into her shimmering reflection, to the rippling opaque river of acid surrounding the boat. Just as she stared into the lake back aboard Mephistopheles, her expression was so solemn and withdrawn that I couldn't bring myself to even approach her. In the opaque waters, Ishmael saw herself, her future that now rested forever out of reach, at the cold abyss of the lake, her friends who could never return. How would it feel to know that your dreams will never come true? It's pretty crushing. Don't ask me how I know this. I was too absorbed in this hazy, ruminating thought to realize that I'd approached Ishmael and struck up a conversation. Ishmael, once this whole ordeal is over and we go back to Mephistopheles, she turns around. How about we all go get ice cream together? Hmm? The heck is... You know, the one Don Quixote wanted. It won't matter whatever future I bring up with Ishmael now, none of it would reach her. So the most I could offer her now was a hopeful, immediate tomorrow. Something a little closer than the future that Ishmael is trying so hard to take back.
돌아간다.
Go back?
관리자님,
What will you
만약
do,
제가-
manager?
만약에
If I told you that I
제가
don't
돌아가지
want to go
않겠다고
back?
한다면
What do you mean?
심장을 터뜨린 후
Once we destroy the heart, I want to squeeze the life out of Ahab with my own two hands.
그 후에 제가
What
다시
would I
돌아갈 이유가,
go back to?
살아갈 이유가
Why would I go on?
있을까요?
Well, find something else to strive towards.
그건 공식적인 퇴사 선언을 하는 건가요?
Is that an official resignation request? No, forget it. If Ishmael finally gets what she wants, what's next? Would there even be anything left? Should I... Is it right for me to even ask her to continue on to the next? Let's see, after defeating the abnormality, we sailed for a while without much incident. That was when a wall, a thick solid wall, appeared before us. Artery beyond this wall. Wall opens, closes. Opening is very short. Don't get grabbed by mermaid there. Chopped in half if grabbed by mermaid. And with the heavy rumble, the wall immediately started to open. Keep mermaids off ship. They slow us down. We get cut in half. The mermaids must have sensed the rumbling. They began rushing out of ship. Oh, come on!
이 어트랙션 왜 작동을 안 하지?
Well, at least that's not an identity I'm using.
필두, 출진.
야, 네 머리띠
Oi, a headband.
피가
It's
엉망진창.
all mucked up with blood. Well, that's a right terrifying look, isn't it?
물로 씻으면 금방 지워져요.
Nothing a quick wash the water can't fix.
내 머리띠
Your headband, familiar.
익숙한 내
Familiar not. Desperate's not.
퀴키그, 나는
Craig, I survived by hanging onto the ropes you tied to your coffin.
어쩌면
The ropes that you could have held. Instead,
착같이 붙잡고
I held onto it with my dear life. That rope,
너를 위한
also for you.
저기 안에 들어가서 기름을 꺼내.
You want me to bucket out oil from in there? Yep, it's not as hard as it looks, though.
끔찍한 냄새를 풍기는 고래의
The cadaver of a whale hung from a hook and swayed from side to side. Its stench was awful. The smaller, more nimble you are, the easier it will be.
나는 그렇게
I'm not that small, though.
원래 이런 일은 신참들이 하는 거야.
It's a job for greed hordes anyway. Let's talk more oil bucketing. Get on with it, will ya?
고래를 잡는다고
The whaler's toil does not end with killing the whale.
그 고래에서부터
Whalers also had to bucket and carry the inordinate amount of oil from the dead whale.
아니,
I mean, how the hell do I know what's in there? Well, what do you think? Whale oil. It feeds us, it keeps us warm.
이라는 선언은 2등 항에
Port
사용된다.
Pequod was a man named Stubb. The second mate. He was a man of irritable disposition.
전
I
못 들어가요.
can't into that abyss on nothing but a rope that looks like it'll snap from a slight breeze. I can't.
그 말이
Those words nearly skipped my mouth when.
지금
What
뭐 하는
are
거야?
you doing?
묶어 네 끈을 내 허리에
Your rope. Tie it to my waist.
왜?
But why?
이렇게 묶으면
Tethered, like so.
네가
Now if you
떨어지면
fall, I fall.
한 몸
You,
되도록.
me, together.
나는 그
Her sentences were stuttering and incomplete, but there's nothing there that oddly soothed me.
한 몸이라는 건
There is something there. Yeah. Together.
내가 떨어져도 잡아줄
Someone to catch me if I
누군가가
fell.
있다는 떨어지는 내 모습을
Someone to watch over me
지켜봐주는
if I
사람이
fell.
있다는 것이었어. 그렇게
So I
밧줄의 한쪽 끝은
tied one end of the rope to
퀴키그의 허리,
Craig's waist,
한쪽
and
끝은
the other one on
내게
mine.
묶여 있어.
Huh?
그런데
Funny I
그
should mention
생각을 한
that.
줄은 너무 짧았고
The rope was too short,
듯이 끊어져
too
버렸어.
flimsy. It immediately snapped.
나는 그
I was sent hurtling down to the lard-filled belly of the whale.
온갖 내장들과 장기와 기름과 찌꺼기보다 더 견디기가 힘든
Whale oil is supposed to be really nasty.
어둠이었다.
And I mean like the in-universe whale oil. It was harder to bear than the entrails, the viscera, the oil, and various other things I didn't want to think about. It was the pitch black darkness.
고래 기름은
Whale oil
진동하는
makes a sound as it quivers and reverberates.
진동하는 기름은
The reverberating oil tries to become one with everything it touches.
초진동적
Some city folk talk about this phenomenon using big words like ultra vibro fusion, oscillation frequency. How such elements are used to produce the president's tuning forks, their wavelengths and fuel.
고래를
But the
채우는
point is,
기름은
whale's oil covers and devours anyone it comes in contact with.
그렇게
When you're devoured by a living whale's oil, you become a mermaid. And when you're devoured by a dead whale's oil, your sense of self slowly scatters until there's nothing of you left.
그때 나는
That's when I
내가 얼마나 작고
realized how tiny and fragile I was,
보잘것없는
how insignificant of a thing I was.
고래들은 사실
Maybe the whales were just lonely,
그래서
and that's why they carried within them the oil that had the power to turn others just like them.
어쩌면 사람들도
Maybe people are the same.
외로워서
Out of loneliness, we want to make someone ours.
자신의 것으로
Paint them just like us. To fill them with things that make us.
그런 나는 내가
I don't even know what makes
무엇으로
me.
채워져
How could I possibly paint others like me if I don't even know what I am?
나는 고래보다도 옅은 사람인가 봐.
Maybe I'm shallower than a whale.
단순히 남들과
I,
다른
who
삶을
boarded the
살고
Pequod
싶어서
just because I wanted to live a life unlike those of
그런
others.
삶을 살기가 질린다는
Because living a humdrum life was too boring for me.
나는
I,
결국 뭘 하고 싶은 거야?
what do I even want?
모든 게 옅어지는
In the
어둠
dark,
속에서
where the distinction of all things begin to blur,
그때 빛이 보였다.
I saw
그
light.
빛이 새어 들어오는
A ray of
틈
light
사이로
scouting through an opening.
하늘에서 내려온
I
것과
saw a rope
같은
drop
줄이
and from there, rope lowered from the heavens into this dark, lonely abyss.
이 줄만큼은
This
눈앞에
rope,
이
I
줄만큼은
wanted to hold on to this rope
내
and live,
손앞에 그것은
because it was
명확했으니까.
there, right before me.
이스마엘! 줄 꽉 잡아라!
Rope, hold tight!
기름 범벅인 채로 죽었더라면 그야말로 존재감 없는
Yeah,
죽음이었겠네.
dying in that oil. Now that would have left nothing for nobody to remember.
도시에서 제일 의미
Yeah,
없는
guess almost died one of the most meaningless deaths in the city.
어쩌면 나는 그날 다시 한번 태어난 건지도 몰라.
I was born again that day, maybe. The rope I held on to that day was a rope that could never be severed.
줄 끊어졌어.
That rope, it snapped.
아니야. 다시
No,
한번
no, it can. We can make it whole again.
다시
We'll
엮을 수
tie
있어.
another knot. As long as we can make it to the heart,
넌 자유를 찾을 수 있어.
you'll be free. Once
이곳을
we
갇히고
trapped here,
하나의 생각
we had to think one thing,
해야 했어.
one thing only, to not become mermaids.
의심하며
Doubting, hesitating, and pale begin to grow on skin.
몸이 하얘지.
You know, like whale oil.
다시 너를 만나
I thought one thing, to meet you again, to go on a new adventure with you. I have to escape, have to kill the whale.
그러기 위해서
But to do that, I had to cut the rope.
인어되지
To not
않기
become a mermaid.
그
Think that
하나만의
one thought. I think that one thought again and again, and suddenly, I buried you.
이것의 심
The whale heart. To kill it,
내 마음을
I put my heart to sleep.
미안. 전부 본인의
목을 콱 물어버리자.
마르카나 피트. 이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
무슨 일 있었던 겐가?
whole lot of gloom. Right. Better idea.
불가 위야 막아내지 못해.
Dang, I was so sure it'd take down a bit more than that.
만만치 않겠군. 본인이 하지.
잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 쉴 새는 없다.
영원한 참으로 인도하지.
이제야 완성되었나?
선원들, 나를 보호해라.
Okay, there we go. I should finish this off.
자, 악은 이렇게 정화되었네.
헌팅 커틀러리 준비 끝. 이곳이 선장이 말한 두 번째 방인가?
So this is the second atrium the cap. Yeah, so this is the second atrium the captain mentioned. Just the set of the heart once we get past here, huh? Quick approached me.
너 이름 알아?
Your name, I know.
단테라고 불려.
They call you Dante. Yeah, that's my name. They call me Dante.
너 말.
Your words, I can't hear. I can't hear. Like whale voices, like mermaid voices.
너는 살려내.
You bring back dead crew. Well, I guess that's all I do.
몸뿐만이
But
아니야.
not just body death.
너는 살려내.
Heart death, too. Heart? I couldn't help but be confused by what Queequeg said. Unless she's talking about an actual heart, I never had any powers like that. No one ever told me that I did either.
잃어버리게 하지
You
않아.
don't make them lose way.
저들의 방향.
Their way, where they really want to go.
시계 소리로
You tell them with your clock sound.
나
Dante, something I wish.
나는 이스마엘
I want Ishmael to
필요하지 않게 되.
find her way. There we go.
점 찍었네.
물감을 준비하고
정의의 이름으로!
비뚤어졌구려.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만! 만만치 않겠군! 본인이 하지!
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지. 보았나? 저건 이렇게 짓이겨졌다. 확고한 승리가 눈앞에 있다.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
Oh, come on!
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만! 퉁퉁투성네.
Let's see. The packs you want to guard. Ooh. You know what? It is getting kind of late, and it's about where I'd call it anyway, so might as well call it here. Pick this up tomorrow. As always, folks, thank you for watching, and peace I leave with you this day and always. Take care.